Hello, welcome to the channel. My name is Karsha Goblin. This is the Goblin Cave, and we are back again for our 5th episode, I believe, of Blades of Waterdeep. We have almost all the cast here at the moment, yeah, we're going to have some fun. We're going to most possibly find out what happened to Bella, and see if opening a tavern is the best idea of breaking someone out of prison. I don't know. That was just the idea of what happened last week, 2 weeks ago in the last episode. As I said, we do have almost all cast members here. I will say Scramph has elected to bow out. So we've got our halfling cam. There we go. He forgot to do his halfling cam. Always, yep. For someone who's one of the tallest people here, always has it there.
Thank you, Bozo, for the reminder. Yep.
So, as I said, Scramph is just not going to be continuing with us. He's still welcome in the community. We'll see if we can get him back into other games, but we may see if we can replace him or have a new character come in. In the break, in the off period, and we'll possibly see if we can get someone that we've already been on the channel before, or if that's not possible, open up again to Roll20 and just see how we go, which could be interesting. It's always strange. So as I said, we've got everyone else here, so we'll do our introductions, and then, of course, we'll do our normal shout-outs and then set the scene of what happened last episode and where we are now. So, we'll start with our ranger of the party. Yes, that is you.
Oh, I forgot how to introduce myself. My name is Potatoes, and I play Hal.
So it's good to have you back. We did miss you. Last episode. You could have been some. You could have swayed the arguments of either direction, because what you did miss last episode was two very distinct factions. There's "Hey, let's rob everyone in," and then "We're not thieves" factions. So having Hal could have been quite a tipping point of where everything went. As it stood, what happened was they all robbed everyone, and then they also didn't rob everyone, and they tried to split along that party line. Like politics. No, let's skip the politics. Okay. So, Bozo?
Hey, I'm Bozo. I'm playing Castle, the Human Warlock.
Awesome. And Trent?
Hi, I'm Trent Monk, and I should say that all politicians are thieves. There's no split there. And my character is Lucky, the trickery halfling.
Okay. And what is the religion that he doesn't actually follow, but follows him?
He seems to be favored by Tamora, the goddess of luck.
There we go. And Ursame?
Hi, I'm Ursula May, and I'm playing Belladoc Buckless, the arrested rogue.
Yeah, the unlucky rogue in this circumstance.
Yeah.
Yeah, I will say that for people that are willing to play rogues, I would put an idea of having some persuasion or deception skill, just as a backup if you're asked, did you take anything off the bodies? Because if you can't actually tell a lie, you're going to probably end up in jail, which is what happened there. Even with advantage on a roll, when 1 is your highest of those 2 rolls, -2 is your second highest or is your other roll, you're going to go to jail. At least it was only because of taking items off the dead bodies. It wasn't removing items from the crime scene, which Lucky took from her pocket while she was being arrested. That's right, Lucky pickpocketed the Bella while she was being arrested, right in front of the magistrate, right in front of the magistrate's assistant.
If I recall correctly, the rule is don't get caught.
Yes, that's certainly on the sheet, certainly on your open, on your open screen of do not get caught. And I also say that the rule is if you pass the roll, you beat it, and that's what he did. So if you equal the roll, you beat, and that's what he did. In your pickpocket, you equaled his deception, so his spot, and therefore you beat his spot, I think it was. It was very, very, very lucky. I know we're going to use that a lot. So if you're doing the drinking game, every time we say lucky, only a little sip. Do not scull. It's not a shot game. It's said too much. Way too much. Way too much. So a quick shout out to Syrinscape for the audio. Syrinscape does amazing role-playing audio for both online and offline. I've been able to actually play it offline for the first time with my old role-playing friends. It was amazing when my friend who was hosting the event or hosting the night said, Google, play 1920s jazz. I was able to actually set up Syrinscape and play the player speakeasy music before Google could actually respond. So yeah, I'm very much chuffed with that. And so is actually, I think, Ben from Syrinscape that I was able to beat Alex. I think it was Alexa or Google's, one of the two. But yeah, so amazing sound, that's what we're using. You're not just hearing it, but the players are hearing it as well, which is why a few episodes back, people jumped when we had a follower alert after being in the spooky manor house for a while with the poltergeist, and we had players jump from the alert of that sound because we had spooky music playing. So yeah, that's about everything. So what went on last session? Well, after being told not to steal, and we're not thieves, again and again and again, and then proceeded to steal off unconscious gang members, and then in a crowded area with the a duel going on, they relieved some people of their purses and then spent all that money essentially on a big party at the tavern, food, drinks for everybody, while other party members were going broke refurnishing the house. Yep, we see nodding there, yep. There was the party was, two of the party members were spotted or met up with while casing a joint for, I think, breakfast, I believe. They were casing an unopened tavern. And a fireball went off in the background. A very, very loud fireball went off. We can do that better. There we go. That's what you missed last week. And so 10 people were killed in the fireball, and this was actually just outside the Troll Skull Manor. It was on the corner just outside the Troll Skull Manor. There was a group of halfling entertainers that some of the party members thought were conmen and thieves. Others were nice and polite and actually donating to them. But they were just buskers, essentially. They weren't conmen, they weren't pickpocketing, they were just buskers. And they were well known in the area. They just started setting up in the Troll Skull Manor recently. Troll Skull Alley recently. So they were caught in the blast. All 4 of them were killed, including in the dead were several what looks to be servants, you could probably say, or runners for the local noble families or rich merchants in the North Ward. There was also a gnome who seems to have been the target of the fireball itself, and there was 4 ruffians. I think there was 4 ruffians. One of which had a snake tattoo. One of which survived the attack, and then proceeded to get up, steal something from the gnome, and then run off towards the bent nail to the back of the Troll Skull Alley, which has a sewer grate, and also there's another back exit onto the main street to the north. It is also found that through some little bit of investigation that a figure was seen, like a puppet without strings or an automaton, was on a rooftop and seems to have thrown something which caused the explosion, of which something dropped from a rooftop a little bit later into a barrel, and Bella then, through threat of violence, bought that said something, which was a necklace. Nobody else knows about it except for Lucky. And so Bella also stole a purse from the gnome of 5 gems, which were quite valuable. Morgan, being Morgan, rushed to the scene, helped everybody out with the assistance of Lucky, so tended the wounded and did a great job with that, while Cassale was interviewing and doing a lot of the investigation work and finding out what actually went on and what was going on around them. So I could actually play you those little snippets of information, but I think that's about mostly what's there. If you want me to play it, I can, but we could just also move on. So I'll leave it up to you. Do you need to replay the informations or the interviews?
I don't think so.
No? Okay. So there's a little bit of investigation to the bent nail, while Cassale and Morgan were investigating that to find out it was locked because, well, the person was out spectating what was going on and possibly in the crowd. Bella and Lucky were sharing, "Oh my god, what did you steal?" Where Bella forgot to actually just stash the items, had them on her person, when they then got interviewed by the Magistrat and his assistant. And when everyone was answering questions correctly and there was no lies being told, which was great, until Bella was specifically asked, "Did you take something from the bodies?" Which everyone was pretty much asked. Bella couldn't lie and got arrested. She also had the necklace of fireballs on her person, which she'd also removed from the crime scene, but that was thankfully stolen from her by Lucky while she was being arrested. So we ended the session with Bella facing 10 days of hard labour and 200 gold fine. The party then went to their contact in the secret organisation, who said that he can do something about the fine, but the 10 days is something he can't deal with because the Magistrat he passed his sentence. And I think the idea coming back from that was, let's start the tavern. I really don't know how that started. I think the poltergeist, when the option of how are we going to raise 200 gold, the poltergeist started playing the tavern music, and that's how the idea came. And yes, it's not a ghost, it is a poltergeist. So if you're on its bad side, you can really be on its bad side, as you may have found in other episodes. Wow, that's a lot of a recap. That's a heck of a lot of a recap. So, we find ourselves, I think, at night time, where I'm not going to have the party members going back. So I'm not going to be following the party members going back to the Troll Skull Manor. We'll find ourselves in the court, essentially in the jail. So, how does Bella treat the jail? Is this a familiar thing?
She's just sulking.
Just sulky, just like, oh, I don't want to be here, I don't want to do this, or just do you at least cooperate when you're like asked to, like when you search for things, or
Yeah, probably begrudgingly, but yes.
okay. So you're put into a general population wherein it is North Ward. You aren't taken out of the ward, but you're in a general population. And in North Ward, you don't get your street urchins. These are the higher quality criminals here. So even the gang members look like they've the tattoos are quite a high quality. They look like they're actually possibly even hirelings from other nobles and things like that to do their dirty work. So the criminals here are of a quality that you're probably not used to.
Well, I'm glad they recognized the quality that I had.
Which is not high. No. You just weren't taken out of the ward. You were arrested in North Ward. So, in your cell block, there's quite a few criminals, and they all look quite professional in their nature. Is probably what I'm trying to describe. At least the cell block is clean. Everyone is pretty much keeping to themselves. There's a few factions that are very much, this is our corner, don't come near us, that type of thing. And you can also see that there's at least 2 factions in there which are not going to be cooperative with each other. So what would you like to do? Are you going to try to be by yourself in the jail, or are you going to try to make friends?
Probably going to be pretty standoffish about the whole thing. She's just busy sulking.
Okay, so you find a quiet area to sulk by yourself, and that's how you spend the night of sulking. It's a hot night in the jail. There's no real breeze that comes through, and what little air is coming through a very high up window, and everyone is, let's just say the smell of the sweat and stench is just reminds you of the docks, actually. But it's not a pleasant night for the most part. In the morning, though, quite early, you hear your name being called, and you're awoken by one of the guards, who then picks you up. Yep, picks you up with some friends and carries you out. And the other inmates don't even bat an eyelid. You're taken to a small room, and you know this is more of an interrogation room, a questioning area. But again, it's nice. Compared to the dock wards, this is really nice. So
My legs aren't broken, you know.
In the interrogation room, there are 2 people that are quite familiar to you recently. There's Barnabas, the magistrate, and there's Seth, his assistant. Barnabas is sitting down. He's got an array of books in front of him, and he's got his law book as well, sitting on the table, quite large and hard. And Seth is standing behind him, and once you're seated down, he actually walks around and stands behind you, overlooking your chair in an intimidating and annoying
Really?
manner. You know this
Really?
is a tactic of the place where you can distract people to get them off guard. And it does sometimes work. But once sitting down, Barnabas starts to speak. It's Bella, isn't it? Now, we've been continuing our investigations, and we would like to know, what do you know of this gnome?
Nothing.
You
Never
know,
seen before.
you don't know anything of the gnome that was going to your residence.
Wait, he was going to our residence?
It seems that way. So you don't know anything.
I don't know nothing.
You've never heard anyone mention the name Dalakar.
No.
So this gnome is not familiar to you at all. You have no idea why he'd be going to your residence. Your friends wouldn't know why he's going to your residence, or you haven't had any meetings or contacts with this Dalakar at all.
Not that I'm aware of. I think a couple of my friends mentioned that there was supposed to be a cleric coming to our place to get rid of a ghost, but I wasn't a part of that.
And you have slam on the table. Dalakar is not a cleric. This is coming from Seth behind you. He reaches over and slams his hand on the table. So, he's a
Rude.
spy.
Excuse you?
Dalakar was a spy. He's not a cleric. What do you know of this spy?
I don't know nothing. Oh, sir. And can you talk to your guards about not picking up halflings?
They're not my guards. And Seth just backs away a little bit. So again, Barnabas flicks through some information. It's written in a language you can't just casually read from across the table. So you don't know anything about this person. Do you know? And you don't know why the Black Network was tailing this person or possibly accompanying this person to your residence.
What's a black network?
How can I put this? They're the local mafia. So you've had no...
Like where we live?
Well,
Like how local to my residence?
well, if they're right outside your residence.
So we're gonna have to deal with that later, are we?
I don't know. Have you had any contacts with them?
No. I haven't heard of them until you said so. I'm just concerned that some mafia is gonna try bothering my friends.
Interesting. And you've never seen the snake wings before?
Have I?
You have.
Okay.
You have seen it before. It was on a wall, or a door of the warehouse.
Okay.
That you actually.
That's what I thought, but I
Yeah.
wasn't 100% sure if
Yeah.
it was the same thing.
Yeah.
Yeah, I've seen that.
And
I've seen
where-
that on a wall in Dockwards.
A wall in the Dockwards. Was that recently?
A while ago.
And do you remember the street of that at all?
Not really, because I can't remember what it is.
That's okay. That's okay. I could
No.
I could tell you, but if you don't
Yeah.
remember it, if your character doesn't remember it, that's okay. Waterdeep's huge.
No. It is in the Dockwards. It is near a warehouse.
Okay. So I do recall there was an incident at a warehouse recently where there was quite a few bodies. And a noble, or former noble, I should say, found himself in the middle of it. The story was a bit strange, though. He didn't say that he was rescued, but it was obvious by the bodies that he was somehow. But but there was a rumor that he was rescued by a group. And that group was never questioned.
Shit.
Because people were murdered. Even thieves murdered is murder.
Shit.
Yeah. So how are you going to say this?
Define murder.
People dead? Usually with weapons, and as you know, weapons are not really legal in the city, except for authorized guard members.
There are exceptions.
Very few. Very few. Are you saying that you were there and there was exceptions?
We didn't.
We
may have stumbled upon a I may have stumbled upon a warehouse in the dock wards.
Mm-hmm.
Didn't kill a bunch of people. If it was people wound up dead, then it was self-defense. Considering I wouldn't have been attacked first.
So this is all possibilities, is it? There's
yes.
Possibly
Especially
finding a warehouse.
Defense.
Possibly people dying. Possibly self-defense.
It would especially be self-defense if there was a person in immediate danger who was tied up.
And this person just so happened to be the son of a former open lord of Waterdeep.
Possibly.
Right. So I'll pass on this possible information down to the magistrates down in Waterdeep and see what they wish to do with it further. But thank you for your cooperation.
I'm so screwed. I'm going to get more than 10 days labor.
Thank you for playing your level of deception, though. By being just honest. You could have just been making rolls and failing them left, right, and centre, but I think this is much better.
What's the point?
Yeah, this is much better. Is there anything you want to keep out, though? Like, you've let a few things slip, little bits, but is there anything you really want to keep out of it?
Well, I do know that there is already a bunch of dead bodies in that warehouse before someone possibly showed up.
Yeah.
Okay.
And they do let that slip too. They do let slip that there was seems to be several sides to that conflict. And phases.
That's all I know. Okay? I've never heard of these people. I just happened to see some snake on a wall. I've never heard of this gnome. Wasn't expecting that gnome. I don't know what he wanted.
And so you don't know what was stolen off the body?
Besides what I stole? No.
Well, besides what you took, yes.
No. If something was stolen, it was stolen before I got near that body.
Interesting. And there's a knock on the door. Seth gets up. Oh, sorry, Seth, who's standing behind you, goes to the door, and you hear him quietly talking. And you hear him walk back from the door and says, Barnabas, I think we have to finish. Someone has a lawyer. and he seems very, very angry about this. And Barnabas starts packing up everything and says, well, if your lawyer wishes to speak with you, then they can speak with you. But we may have some further questions, especially about this dock board issue.
The lawyer couldn't have showed up a bit sooner.
there was a time happening. They leave the room. Shortly afterwards, what looks to be an elf, young elf, walks in with a bag and starts opening up things like, "Hello, my name is Ursel, and I'm your lawyer, and I believe that there's been some misunderstandings going on, and I'm here to see if we can alleviate some of these issues."
How do I have a lawyer?
And he takes out a handkerchief and gives it to you. It's like, here, you look like you have a bit of a stress and a bit of sweat on your brow, and you recognise the handkerchief as the stolen noble's handkerchief.
Okay.
That you gave to the tiefling in the water barrel in the dock ward.
I need to get more handkerchiefs.
I told you that would work out for us.
It seems that there's been a misunderstanding. I believe that this Delacar was returning some items of yours, and so even though that you were asked by the Magistra, did you take anything in the bodies? Well, the item that you took off the body was your item, from what I believe, and therefore it wasn't actually theft. It could possibly be a crime of the removing things from the crime scene, but I'm sure we can debate that a little bit more in front of in court if we can, if it gets to that. But is that your feeling of the matter? Because it is my feeling.
Yes, absolutely. You're correct.
Yes. So of course you don't know who Delacar is. He was just a messenger, of course. But is there anyone that you could have could have owed you this money, or is sending you this money? Family, friends?
I mean, who knows? There are several people out there that could have, owed us. It's hard to tell.
So the tone just goes blunt. So we're making it up, are we? Okay.
I'm not good at this sort of thing. If I did, I would have gotten arrested in the first place.
Well, my associates thought that this could be an investment, and it believes they might be a bit off the mark if we're having to go through this. But let's just say that they're interested in something that was recently stolen, and you're apparently right in the middle of it.
Really? Do tell.
Well, they're curious about this. They're curious about what the gnome was carrying, not what you stole, but what you reclaimed, of course, but what the others took.
Mm-hmm.
And we would like to get our hands on it.
Of course.
Or we would like you to help us get our hands on it, if that is possible.
Quite possibly.
So, would you like our assistance, or would you like to spend some time in jail? Well, actually, hard labour, I believe.
I suppose I could help you out.
That's good because
Can you get me out of here?
I heard they were trying to dig a new sewer system, and they needed some people, small of stature, to help with that. And I believe the kobolds would have been in charge. Ugh. Kobolds in their sewers. How can a kobold head one of the largest guilds in the city? I just don't understand. Just do not understand at all. But I believe that we can negotiate with the city of your release with the whole idea of someone else, well, with the money back type situation. I haven't been able to actually find out what was taken though. Do you know the value of what was in that purse?
500 gold. 500 dragons.
Okay. That makes things hard with your background, because they could then claim it was a few bits and pieces here and there. Although you were spotted at the Temple of Luck recently, so we could possibly get something there.
My friend is named Lucky.
Yes, we know. We know of them all. That's why we're approaching you instead. Yes, we'll find something. We'll figure something out. Maybe proceeds from something else. But it may take some time. But your sentence may be a bit shorter. A little bit shorter at that. But as I said, it's an investment.
Yes.
Don't expect it to be too often.
A good one at that.
We can only hope. Have a good day, and I may not see you. We probably don't need you. You may be out in the sewers digging while I'm negotiating for your sentence and for your freedom. But just don't breathe in too much.
Yeah, I know.
Yeah, there's something going on in the sewers which it's not really good for your health. But
Yeah, there's a lot of things in the sewers that aren't good for your health in there.
yes, I hear some of the Black Network like to go down there.
Oh, is that who that was down there?
Oh, there's a few different groups. Some gangs exploring old ruins, former strongholds from Waterdeep, from Undermountain, that have moved their way up. I don't know. We stay in the shadows and don't exactly exist anymore.
You know anything about brain things being down there? Or little beholders?
As I said, we don't go down there. We don't really deal with that issues anymore.
Yeah.
We don't exist.
Yeah, got you. Just kind of wanted to know.
Yep. And so, good morning, and as I said, just take care and don't just watch out where you step. And
Yeah.
Good luck.
And good luck to you too, sir.
Ma'am. And he gets up and closes up all his books, which pretty much had nothing on them, and you can see that a lot of them even had blank pages. He was opening up books with blank pages to look efficient and look. So if anyone looked through the window or through this, they could see, oh, they had stuff they were negotiating, but it was all for show.
Yeah.
And packs up and heads out, knocks on the door, and then heads out. And you are led back to your cell. Later that morning even, you're given almost nothing for breakfast. You're not even given secondsies or thirdsies or fourthsies. And you're set...
What kind of abuse is this?
I know.
I'm a halfling.
I know. But they're giving you food to your size. Not the opposite, where you should be giving extra food because of your size.
Don't they know anything about halflings? They're trying to kill me.
Mm-hmm. If you do complain, they just say budgetary cuts. I'm sorry, we can't do anything.
Yeah, budget cuts, my reader.
Yep. And yet, this is the nicest cell you've ever seen.
Not
And-
worth it, not with the food.
And you're taken to the sewers for some work detail. Crying and sobbing, apparently.
Not again.
And you've also implicated everyone else in some serious crimes. But
Yes,
anyway,
I know.
okay.
I'm so sorry, guys.
Don't worry, it'll all turn out.
I'm sure it'll all turn out. Yes. Everything turns out in the end, I'm sure. So going to. So that night, there's no instance to head back to the Trollsdale Manor. There's still a guard presence in the alley. There's still people who are concerned. There's what look to be broadsheet reporters asking questions and knocking on doors. Do you enter the doors to the broadsheet reporters? This is to everybody else.
I'm not going to.
I will. I'm going to say, I heard these guards, they arrested some innocent poor halfling just because she was short.
Do a
She was short.
persuasion roll.
She was short, and so she was near the ground, and there was this bag, and she saw it, and she took it to return it to the guards, and they did, and she did, and then they arrested her.
Okay, do a persuasion roll with advantage with that story.
Okay.
And for the fact that you're also a halfling and they know the 4 halflings died.
I might also have guidance on that roll. All right, here we go.
Ooh, you needed that advantage. So they do listen to your story. You don't know if it's going to be published or not. It may be a little footnote.
Okay, I'll take anything.
Yeah. They do ask if you saw anything. They do ask if you heard anything. They do ask about Morgan, and ask where they can find him to ask him about the injuries, because it's now known. It's quickly known that Morgan was the one that tended to the wounded. Are you going to say that you also?
Yeah, I'll say I was helping him. And I'll tell them a little bit about what we saw. Everyone was burned up.
Okay. Do you have can I get a medical roll?
Sure.
Medicine? Just to see if you can add some more details, because they do ask specific details.
Let me just take advantage off here.
Yep. Okay. So while Morgan was doing his medication and his
Morgan was kind of helping me, but
Well-
I was pretty much doing the work.
you picked up his terminologies while he was telling you what was going on,
Yeah.
and you're able to actually flip that to
The
you
leg
then
bone
saying,
is connected to the hip bone.
okay. So you picked up all his terminologies and everything is spot on and correct. And you think that they may not even bother with interviewing Morgan, saying you gave them all the details that they were asking for.
He was a capable assistant.
That's a deception roll. That's a total deception roll.
I think with the 22 medicine, it might have been not
With advantage.
such a lie.
With advantage. It's still a lie, but I'll give you advantage with the...
Oh, advantage. 16.
Okay. Problem is, this is an investigator, so they are known for looking through lies and deception and whatnot. So I do have to roll here. Yep, no problem. Yep, a 9. Yep, you totally got him. Oh, I will say, just as a note here, when someone lies to someone, it is a live versus a deception, like deception versus spot hidden, or
Insight.
Insight roll.
Yeah.
So yes, I do know that in theory I should have done a insight roll against Bella's deception, but I don't think you can get lower than 1. It's not going to happen. His pluses were going to counter that for sure.
So you're saying he had more than +0.
Yes. Yes. So
That seems a little far-fetched to me.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's a bit out there.
Yeah.
Just wanted to. Yeah.
A city investigator would never have proficiency in insight.
And a magistro as well. Yeah. Which is.
And I'll kind of spin the story as I realize they start to believe that I was the primary caregiver. I'll be like, and that's why it's so surprising to me that when the guards came and they saw that a halfling was doing all these things, that they would be so racist.
And especially when like 4 halfling street entertainers died.
And there were. What about the victims?
Yeah.
What about the victims? They don't seem to keep.
The entertainers are well known in this area, and he
Free
starts.
Bella! Free Bella! Free Bella!
And if you want to have a look at the Free Bella artwork, join our Discord. Because within a day, Ursame had drawn a Free Bella artwork. So, yeah. So, if they do believe your stories, anyone else wanted to include or add anything or change anything to the narrative for the broadsheet reporters? Nothing? Nothing at all. Okay.
No, they're riffraff. Paparazzi.
So photography is not really there, but they've got their easel and their paints and their... No?
So has Castle just been there the whole time watching this, just giving the reporters dirty looks, basically?
I imagine I'd just be disapprovingly watching from like this behind the counter or something while Lucky tells all these stories.
In my view, he definitely has his arms crossed.
Yeah.
Probably.
A shot glass moves across to you.
All right.
And,
yeah.
and a bottle moves across from the other side. Well, you see,
I'm
Yeah,
liking our
I'll take
poltergeist more and more.
Yeah,
Take a couple shots.
the bottle's empty. You haven't got alcohol in this place yet.
That's right. We gotta go to the guild.
I mean, it's the thought that counts.
Yeah.
Okay, so that happens actually in the night and in the morning. The reporters come through, and in the morning you could actually see people out in Trollskull Alley with their easels, like painting the scene, like a sketch of the scene of what happened. What are you going to do in the morning now that you're down a member? And is Hal actually still staying outside on the front porch when there was a fireball right outside that front porch? Potatoes?
I'm sorry.
Yeah.
Could you repeat that?
Is Hal actually sleeping outside on the front porch still when that's like the fibre went off right outside there?
Yeah, he would be.
He's still staying out there. Okay, so you're pretty much the first line of people asking you questions about the incident, and you can see. Yeah. So what are you going to work with them or just dismiss them?
He's not really going to talk to them or make eye contact with them, just carry about with his business.
Okay. So you're essentially acting and looking like a vagrant sleeping on the steps of your own house in North Ward, which has got, and it is a manor house, as it said. It's a small manor house.
They just let me sleep on their porch. I don't know these people. I don't live here.
Oh boy.
Lucky does bring her out a blanket and a pillow in the middle of the night. Probably once he's asleep, Lucky sneaks out and like slips a pillow under his head and then puts a blanket over him.
As you come back into the house from that, you see a floating sheet moving about. I had to.
No.
Yes, I
Dog.
did. I know you're talking about your dog. So what are you doing in the morning? Like later in the morning after the report has come through, what is the aim? You do have a couple of clues of the person running away, and the person running away towards possibly the back of the alley of the sewer grate, or the automatron, which you would also know is possibly a lead of that is the Temple of Gond.
I will probably talk to Castle because I actually don't know a lot of this stuff, and I'm just going to say, so what are we doing today?
All right. So, from what we know, Bella is going to be working on something for a couple days, over a week, right?
Right.
We do have two other leads. One is I interviewed, I believe, the shop owner next door, and she said that she saw a figure running towards the bent nail, and I believe that either he escaped into the city or that he went down into the sewers because there's sewer access over there.
I bet
So I
you
think-
he went into sewers.
That's what I'm thinking.
All the
But-
trouble seems to be going in the sewers.
Right. Also, I believe Bella talked to someone, or maybe either way. There was also a strange puppet of a man, but without strings. Sounds like a construct or something.
I
And
remember
I believe
that part. Yeah, I remember that part. He's the one who threw something that made everything explode. I have no idea what that could be. But
can I insight check? Do I believe him?
You can try.
Yeah, I don't know. I'm not.
I mean, you can try, or you can just.
I'll try.
or
you
can
know
just-
what? I would like to give him advantage because he kind of knows Lucky, right?
So you can. Yep. Oh, yep.
Okay.
Yeah. So
No,
you
no,
get
that's
Lucky's
no,
still got to do
that's
his
a-
deception.
That's a
Oh,
history
yeah.
check. There we go.
Oh, and Lucky's still got to do his
Didn't roll
deception.
that well.
It's an opposed roll. Oh yeah.
That's a success. Oh, he succeeded.
Yep.
Because 11 is what he needed.
So we got an
So
11
he
and
has
11
a
on both
feeling
sides.
that Lucky knows more than he thinks that he's letting on. It's maybe not a strong feeling, but there's something Lucky knows.
He's hiding something. Again.
Again.
Okay.
Boy,
So-
Castle got lucky that he was able to get that much.
So, yeah, the mechanical construct is what I'm guessing it is. We might want to go talk to the Temple of Gond and see if we can get any leads there. So, do you have any thoughts on that? We should probably get Hal in on this conversation.
Do we want to maybe go in the sewers and see what that other guy went to?
I can do that.
I don't know. Maybe we'll talk to Hal and see what he wants to do.
Yeah.
Okay.
All right, we go
To the
wake
front
Hal
porch.
up. Yeah.
So, Cal, what would you like to do? You got two options.
And And when we go wake Hal up, I'll go get like one of those old broken trays or whatever that they had in the serving trays. I'll put some rations on them. We brought you breakfast.
Wait, one thing you should like knock on the front door first to let Hal know you're coming.
Hello.
Oh, well,
Breakfast,
thank
sir?
you. You didn't have to. Oh, so the sewers or some kind of freaky puppet.
I know. There's no wrong answers.
Right. It feels like maybe the sewer might be the safer choice. I don't like messing with magic or anything.
Whatever you pick, I think it'll work out.
I'm sure it will.
Yeah, I think we should go through the sewers.
Okay. Castle and I know all about the sewers.
Yes. Yes, we do.
Was it Castle that was floating, or was it Morgul that was floating?
That was Castle.
Castle.
That was Castle.
And
Yeah, it was only.
he was only a little bit floating. There was some sinking.
Yeah.
Yeah.
What about a raft? What do you think about a raft?
I have spare rope.
We might even be able to buy something. A raft doesn't cost that much, or a rowboat.
I find it hard to. I'm not sure how we're gonna get the rowboat through the sewer grate.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Yeah. Smart. That's you. You're smart.
A raft might be good for you.
A raft
smaller
might
folk.
be good.
So we'll need some wood, and then I have some spare rope. So
Can we do that? Can we fashion a raft?
So you've got
Or
tables.
what about a canoe?
You got
What about a
tables
canoe?
and things like that. Canoe would be a lot of work because you do have to haul it out. You'd have to buy one of those. But you've got
Yeah,
tables.
but
you've got
they're
furniture.
fairly narrow. Like, would we be able to fit one through a sewer grate?
I've been in many canoes in my life. I don't think one would fit through.
No. Okay.
Yeah.
No,
I'll bow to your expertise.
sorry.
I will say that Castle did check the sewer cover, and it's probably not going to fit a canoe. It's probably not going to fit a raft.
Okay.
So you did look at
could
it.
we
and saw it
fashion
there.
something on the inside of the sewer?
That would get wet, and that would be very smelly, but it's possible. I'm not saying no. I am expecting someone with a mending spell to like smash something and then take it down, then use mending.
Well,
I'm not giving hints. I
that would
really
require
don't
some
like
serious
that.
luck.
It fits together.
It does. Oh no! See, it just fits together. That's not. Yeah.
I thought we broke this.
Good luck he just get a canoe, break it, and then get it down into the sewer and then fix it.
That's what I'm wondering.
It does take like mending doesn't do everything.
No,
like it can.
no, it does. It does a single break,
Yeah.
and it has to
Yeah.
be a foot or less in diameter. So I think if we broke a canoe, that's it. It's like mending isn't going to fix that. But if we were to say take a raft that is put together by ropes, then maybe the mending could repair the breaks in the ropes. Maybe.
Something like that. Yes.
Yeah. Okay.
Yeah.
Well, why don't we do something like that?
It's just still weird. But no, I'm not going to say no to it. I'm not.
I just hate to see Castle in the water again.
Coming from the shortest person, which it comes up to you.
Yeah, but it didn't bother Lucky. But Castle, it seemed to bother,
I think it's because
especially when the head went under.
Yeah, that's a little nasty.
I think it was also the bothering was the unconsciousness.
Yeah, that too.
Yeah. At the start, but yeah.
If
So
you fall unconscious on a raft, that's not nearly as bad.
So you spend the morning. Are you trying to fashion stuff from stuff you've got with you, or
You know,
going
I'm
to the-
thinking
Yep.
we're in Waterdeep. There is going to be rafts for sale, right? Somewhere, because we've got, not only have we got an actual dock, but we also have river, right? So there's going to be rafts for sale. We could cut the ropes on a raft, fit it down to get it to fit down the sewers, and then it mends on the other side. Maybe.
Waterdeep probably wouldn't do a raft because it's more of a raft is something you'd find maybe in a country town or something a bit more rural that some kids put together or some family put together that couldn't afford it. In Waterdeep, they would have shipwrights, they would have proper boats and proper dinghies and things like that, and everything would be sold through the Shipwrights Guild and be legitimate. They wouldn't allow something as dodgy, you could say, as a raft to be sold freely, openly on the market. Because that would be bad. That'd be dangerous. You couldn't have that. That's why you have a guild.
Well, are we just going to dump into the sewer then?
I have rope. I'm thinking maybe we just go try and quick buy some wood. Try and find some wooden planks and
Lucky, you'll follow your lead. Whatever you.
let's go try and buy some wooden planks quick. And I mean,
Okay.
I have extra cash that I'm willing to donate to the party funds. So
I'm sure we can buy lumber.
yeah, but I think we need planks specifically. I don't
Okay.
think I don't.
Or
I'm thinking-
logs. Maybe logs.
Yeah, but
Yeah.
planks would be ideal because I don't have an
Okay.
axe or anything to cut with.
No, neither do I.
Yeah, so let's look for planks.
Okay, so you're looking for planks. Where are you going? You do have the map for this area.
Oh,
I'm not sure I see anything here
We
that's
could
likely to
go-
smell.
to the
What about
bent nail.
the bent
and see
nail?
if they have spare stuff. If they're even open.
It's like you have a map of the area.
Yeah,
oh,
they're
look,
woodwork.
You've got a woodwork
Yeah,
and
yeah.
furniture store
Yeah, that's actually pretty slick.
right outside the sewer grate. And I'm just sitting here going, I wonder if they're going to go to the docks to buy a canoe, or they're going to the bent nail. Okay, we're going to the bent nail, it seems. So never expect your players to do the expected. Never ever expect them to do that. So you head to the bent nail. It's 2 doors down, or 4 doors down from you, just down the back of the alley. And it's also right outside the sewer grate, which is great. Are you bringing your rope with you as just a convenience, or are you going to go back with it?
Yeah, I'm grabbing my adventurer's pack.
Okay.
The stuff I'm not normally walking around with.
Yeah, so that'll also have torches and things like that, which is a good generic pack to have. Although it weighs so much.
I have a Dungeoneer's pack that also has rope,
Yeah.
if need be.
So as you actually go to the bent nail, it is open this time. And you're met by... Okay, I'm not going to pronounce the full name. I'm going to put it in chat. I'm going to let you guys pronounce the full name. And I'm just going to use the actual shortened name. Because this is something I cannot pronounce. And I want to see if anyone else can. I can do the second one, it's the first one. Okay, so who thinks they can pronounce that one?
Pelisilvanar.
So Talisivanar, Fell Branch. Tally for short. And it actually has in brackets Tally, which is what I'm going to use. So you see Tally, who seems to be the owner of the shop, a half-elf carpenter, and you see the wood carvings on them, just wood chips and things like that. You can tell just the smell of wood coming from them. And He greets you warmly and says, "Oh, so you're my new neighbours. Oh, I have not seen you yet. I've been wanting to know if you've been looking to revamp the place, revamp the manor house. Are you shopping? What can I do for you today?"
Yeah, it's always good to meet friends, by the way. Castle.
"Oh, pleased to meet you, Tassel.
I'm lucky.
Lucky?"
And this is Hal. And I assume Hal came with us, and I'll point to Hal.
"Hello,
How do you
Hal.
do?
That's a
We-
nasty scar you have there. Does that hurt, or is that..." And talking to Hal, that is, of course.
Sometimes it hurts, but I really don't mind it.
Oh, yes. That's... At least it's healing. But still, wow. I would not like that. So, yes, what can I do? Are you doing furniture for the manor?
We're considering it. It'd be a big, it'd be a big investment. But
We want to reopen the tavern, but it's going to take some money and time.
Well, time and money, yes, that's going to happen. I am guild affiliated, and we can... it's not the first time we've actually outfitted the location. Us half-elves live a while, so it's been a while since we did it, but my father helped, and my father did it, and I was his assistant at the time. But yes. So what can I do?
so yeah, we were wondering if you have spare planks, or if perhaps we could purchase some planks for you.
Well, purchasing, yes. This is a business. But
Yep.
spare planks. What are we looking at doing? What's the project?
We want to make a raft.
A raft in Waterdeep?
Yeah, that floats on water.
Well, rafts ideally should float.
Yeah.
Rafts that don't float is usually just an anchor, maybe? Wooden anchor. I don't know.
I don't know.
Oh, what?
Yeah, so yeah, how much would that run us?
Well, if you're not looking for quality wood, we can give you some scrap pieces. Yeah, I think if you want to help work, we can build one together. I haven't done a raft before.
Okay, but you gotta help us. We're gonna be going into sewers.
So that's why you wanted a raft. How's it going to fit down
Yeah,
the
'cause-
sewer grate, though?
Well, we gotta kind of assemble it, kind of before and then after again.
So we're building a raft to then pull it apart, then rebuild a raft again. Is that right?
You're so smart.
That's... Well, it's not the
It's a-
strangest thing that's happened recently.
Oh,
But
I
it's
don't
up
think
there.
you look confused. Let me clarify. We're adventurers.
You do know that that's outlawed.
Adventuring?
Well,
Oh
the
no,
carrying weapons
we're
and
not
everything.
going. We're not going in the Undermountain. We're going in the sewers.
Okay. Well, good luck with that. We'll see what we can do about designing and getting something which we can pull apart after we've made it and then put it back together again. Nails are going to be an issue, though. So we'll probably do a fitment. We'll figure out something and fit it, and you'll probably have to use and build it down there for the first time. I don't think it's going to be coming out, though.
Yeah, but
What?
maybe we can tie it up somewhere.
Won't the Sewers Guild be a bit angry that you're putting a raft in their environment?
Do they have rules against a raft?
I don't know. I've never really had much work with the Sewers Guild.
There's a bad guy down there. We need to find him.
Okay. Well, I don't think anyone's been opened the sewer grate for years, but we can see.
We have to do what's right.
Oh, of course, adventurers. Yes. Yes.
How much for the planks?
And your help. You should give us. You should charge us something for your help.
I say it's not the weirdest thing, but it's entertaining. So, look, 5 silvers, and we'll see if we can mock something up.
I
And
got
get
5
it.
silvers.
And get it to in the afternoon. It's certainly a different project. something to stretch my boundaries, and it's yes.
I'm so glad we came to you.
Well, I'm glad you have as well.
I give Miss 5 silvers.
Speaking of odd things happening here lately, did you see anything with a fireball yesterday?
No, I didn't, but it certainly was a bit of excitement.
Yeah, it was crazy.
And
Yes,
that guy
it's-
went down the sewers,
You say he went down the sewers?
but we're gonna find him.
I don't think that sewer grate's been open for years.
I think he might have gone down the sewers.
Okay, if you say so. No, I didn't see the explosion, but I was there looking at it afterwards, and had to close up the shop. And then, of course, the guards came and investigated and asked questions, and I said I didn't see anything. We just heard it. Wow, to have magic so close to us. What if the houses the buildings caught alight? That would have been bad.
Yeah,
Good
and I'm
thing
sure
you're
it
not a
hadn't.
halfling. They don't like halflings.
Well, someone didn't
Haven't
like
you heard?
halflings. The
Yeah.
the entertainers
it's
went. The
kind-
buskers got killed in there.
I heard something on the news that the guards don't like halflings,
Really?
and they arrested some innocent halfling just because she was short.
Wow, I haven't heard that one. God, next they'll be after the elves.
Oh, I hope not. I hope not. You know,
And he just brushes his hair over his only slightly pointed ears.
once the halflings are done, then they come for the gnomes next, and then the kobolds, and then maybe the elves.
Well,
I hope not. I hope not.
The kobolds, that's understandable.
Someone will stop them before then.
The kobolds is understandable. At least they can. Well, they do a
They're
service, but
they're kind of scaly.
they're devious. You can't work with them. You can't trust them to do stuff. My
If
father
there's
used to deal
one
with
thing
them.
that's more important than anything else, it's trust.
Yeah. And trust is a big thing, especially when you're running a business. That's right. One thing you do notice in the store, and it's not super obvious, but you do see that there's weapons in the store. They're not out on display, but you see weapons. You see training swords, and you see clubs and things like that. They're not on display. They're like behind the counter and things like that. They're not out in the shop front itself. But that it's just something that catches your eyes. Like, oh, that's a bit strange.
Nothing illegal though, right? Like this is all legal stuff.
A trading sword's not a sword, so it's not a bladed weapon. And a club could be just a chair leg, or something like that. It just looks more like a club than a chair leg in this circumstance. So, yeah. So nothing technically illegal.
Doesn't bother me. I mean, as long as it's not being used for anything evil, I don't care.
Yes. So you spend the morning, and it doesn't take long. Tally seems to know his stuff and seems to get a few pieces together quickly. He kind of fashions, mocks up a raft.
I'm going to spend another. Sorry,
Yep.
but I'm going to spend another 4 silvers, and I'm going to get us a nice lunch, and I make sure he gets some too.
A working lunch, of course.
Yeah, he's worked hard. He deserves a nice lunch.
Yeah. So, he mocks it up, and he essentially is teaching you where you're going to put the ropes, where you put the nails on, and where you start putting bits, where you have to attach this to that and whatnot. And can I get a craft roll from one person? And I think it's probably either going to be Hal or Morg or Castle
Is
because.
What would craft be?
Is that like intelligence?
I think maybe an intelligence, yeah.
anything specific, or just would that be investigation or no?
Yeah, I could say investigation. Yeah.
Click that
Okay.
guidance.
I was going to say no guidance because this
Oh,
is just
okay.
an overall. Guidance
Okay.
is a specific role for a specific time. This is
Fair
just
enough.
an understanding of, okay, this is going to be how we're going to rebuild it. Okay.
All right, here we go.
So I think
10 and 10.
I think we've got 10 and 10. 10 and 10 for both our roles. Okay, so you kind of understand. The reason why I'm saying Lucky's not in this is because Lucky's doing a lot of other things. He's a very distracting personality and very distracting, like hard to focus. This is, over time, he's trying to explain, okay, this is where we attach this. This is what we're going to this. And I don't think
Are you saying that Lucky suffers from ADD?
I'm not. I'm just saying that the concentration may not be there for how to over time. And this may have been just like while you were ordering food and whatnot.
I imagine after lunch, Lucky is taking a long smoke. So I imagine that when he's talking, Lucky is just concentrating on what
The purple smoke.
what kind of rings he can create. Yeah. Yeah. Oh, all purple. It's all purple.
Yeah.
It's all purple.
Yep. Gotta love that. Gotta love that place. So you have some idea. It's not going to be a great idea though. Even combined with 2 10s on your craft, essentially, it's going to be a challenge to put it back together. But at least you get to have
Look
an
at it.
idea. It could have been worse. You don't have a disadvantage on the next roll when putting it together. Because that could have been a thing too. So everything's together. It's about early afternoon. And it's makeshift. You think it's going to hold. The design's kind of innovative. He's tried to make it in small chunks. But it'll be suitable, you think. I don't think anyone's been ridden rafts before in the sewers, so you can't really say from experience. So what would you like to do from there? You have parts of a raft. An understanding.
I'm probably going to check in with our contact to see if he's found out where Bella is staying or where she has been in prison.
So that person will contact you.
Okay.
Yeah.
Oh, okay. So they haven't checked.
No.
I'll just go back to the manor and just check for messages. It seems like Lucky is largely focused on that.
Yeah.
More over everything else, and it just seems a little bit down
Yep.
compared to what he normally is.
Yep. No problem. Wow, down Lucky. Wow. Separated from
Yeah,
Bella.
he does not like the idea that his best friend is suffering right now.
Yep. See? Doesn't that make you feel better, Osme? You missed. Yeah. Yep. You missed.
Notice how the amount of crimes we've done this session has gone drastically down.
Take inspiration.
I have it already.
As a player, take inspiration.
All right.
Not as a
Thank you.
character, as a player.
Sure.
To be honest,
First
Lucky
off-
doesn't care about doing any crimes at all. He likes to make Bella happy.
The session's not over with.
He just likes people to be happy.
Yep.
That is true.
Also, isn't it kind of illegal to go to the sewers?
Yes. Yes, it is. So Lucky is breaking the law.
Where's the
Crimes are
code
being committed
legal?
right now.
It's not in the code legal. But,
Wait a minute.
Yeah.
Wait a minute, Castle. I've never seen you play your flute.
That's true. Oddly enough, I have a flute that I don't play.
No.
Yeah. I mean, I've seen you have it out, but
I have it
I've
outside.
never seen you use it.
I'm sure Castle cares about the law. There's no way that flute is anything but a flute.
Totally not a blowgun.
It's definitely not a blowgun.
No.
No way.
So you have parts of your essentially your raft. Who's carrying it?
Yeah.
It,
I'll help. I'll help.
I'm the new party weakling. So.
Yeah. Hal is going to be, I'm sure, the muscle, and then I imagine both Castle and Lucky will try to help as much as they can.
okay. Well, it takes a few trips to get because it's in bits. It's not heavy. It's just in bits. And you're not far, as you can see. So as you can see on your map, you're here, and you're going here. It's like really close. So as you're starting to put everything up and starting to stack everything up at the grate, who's opening the grate though? And are you doing this broad
probably
daylight
Hal.
in the middle of the
Will
street?
hand my crowbar to Hal and let her work her magic. Or his magic, sorry.
You said I roll strength?
You would roll
Yeah,
strength.
you get advantage with
you
the
get
crowbar.
advantage.
Nice.
And the sewer grate, the sewer cover, does not move.
Oh wow. Oh no.
With an 18 strength roll with the crowbar, it doesn't budge.
So
Is there...
I'm kind of wondering whether he went down the sewer after all.
Insight, please.
Okay.
With an insight of 25, you think, man, I don't think the actual... Exactly that. I don't think he went down. And you see there's rust on the sewer grate, on the manhole, and it looks like it's sealed it.
Well, I'll just say this. I bet you this raft comes into help for us later on. And
Yeah.
the time will come when we'll be just thrilled that we made a raft.
I'm sure
But
we will.
maybe not today.
You can hang on to it as one of your adventuring trophies, I guess.
Well, let's bring it back to the banner
Yes.
for the time where we will absolutely need it.
Mental
And
note.
be so
design
glad
something
we
to-
have it ready to go.
GM's note, design something that needs a raft. Preferably not in the sewer though, because that's just...
I'm sure it's an adventure already. 100%. 100%.
All right. So, how much of our day have we wasted making a raft?
It's early afternoon.
Long in the day.
All right. So, would I know how far away the Temple of Gond is?
The other option that was not seen. So the House of Inspired Hands, and I'll bring you onto the big map. And I should have preloaded like I usually do, because it's the biggest one that we have. So what I mean by the
Found
big
it.
map,
What ward is it in?
it is in Seaward, like most of the temples.
Seaward. Okay.
I know it is. I can do the zoom. There you go.
Okay. Oh, okay.
So 5.5 kilometers, straight line that is.
Yeah. Right towards the shore.
Yeah.
Well, it looks like we have a nice, easy walk right down, what is it, Delazoran Street? Delzoran Street?
Sounds like it, yep.
Yeah.
I like a walk.
Yeah.
Yeah, you're right. It's pretty much straight line, yep. So Delzone Street, one of the main cross streets, because it does go pretty much right across the city, and it links High Street to the Street of the Shining Dolphin in the Sea Ward. And it's an easy walk. There's a few things, like, there's a lot of traffic. And let's see if we've got any random encounters. We haven't done Seaward yet, I don't believe. Oh, we have done it once.
Yeah. The Temple of Beauty.
Okay. Yes, in the Temple of Beauty.
Yeah.
So, as you're going down Delzon Street, you can see in front of you there's a large crowd. There's a large crowd forming on either side of the street, and as you get further, right near the end of the Delzon Street, so pretty much all the way down to here, is where the crowd is, and you can see going past the crowd what looks like carts with people above the carts, and there's like trees and there's things like that, and they're throwing out the trees are fake but they look really realistic, and they're throwing leaves out into the crowd from the branches of the trees, and they're throwing them from baskets, just throwing them out to the crowd, as the shrines of nature have a religious procession and has essentially blocked off the street of the Singing Dolphin.
Well, I've completely forgotten about what we were about to do, and I go running around trying to grab leaves.
It's pretty small, so I'm like, no. Ah.
At least he's not thieving.
That is true.
At least he's not stealing from them. So it delays you about half an hour, because the street's pretty much blocked off. You can't cross the street from one side to the other. And there's, as I said, there's people on floats throwing out leaves. There's other floats which look like animals from the forest. There's lions and there's tigers. And there's monkeys. And there's little kids running around. They're costumed up as monkeys. And they're going through the crowds. And they're going over and hugging other children, and they're going and pestering people as they're running past and whatnot. And it's just a nice, lively mood at the moment, like going through. And you also can see that there's some wagons that go past that have animals in them, full-grown, ferocious tigers, lions, and you can also see in the animals that there's a manticore, and there's an elephant pulling one of the caravans, which has a large beast which you haven't seen before, and it looks really ferocious and not liking its cage, and its cage is of a metal you're not really familiar with, but there's other people around that wagon, not focusing on the crowd but only focusing on the animal itself, as if this is dangerous. If this gets out, we're here to protect you. And that's kind of the only sour point. The only, oh my god, this is actually real. This is some danger. But everything else is lively and things like that. And there's stilt walkers as well. Stilt walkers with bird wings, and it's a nice procession. And it's coming from the heading towards the shrines of nature to the north. As I said, it takes about half an hour for it to go past and for them to reopen the roads and for you to get past, and you collect a lot of leaves if you wanted it.
Yes. Yes.
Is Hal doing anything in the procession while it's going on?
No.
No, not at all. Is Castle?
I'll take a quick peek at my book.
Are you your monstrous manual?
No, not that. The book that I found way back when.
Which book did you
The
find?
one- Let's see.
No, you found a map. Did someone steal your wordless book from your backstory?
Yeah.
I've got to try to remember what it is, and I can't remember.
All right. I'm gonna assume there's nothing that's changed then.
No.
Yeah. All right.
Sorry.
I'll take a quick peek, and otherwise I'm just waiting for the procession to go by.
Okay.
And afterwards, I go and I with the handful of leaves that I've hard mistakenly gotten, and I split them up between Hal and Castle and me. We each get a third of the bounty.
They're just leaves.
Thanks.
They're just leaves.
Yeah,
Please don't smoke them. That's bad.
They're not just leaves. They're leaves from the procession of of nature.
True.
I'm not a religious man, but I'll pocket them to keep Lucky happy.
So, as you cross the street, when you finally get through, you're actually not that far from the House of Inspired Hands. The House of Inspired Hands is pretty much one street away. It's really, really close by. Just got to open that up and close that one. So, as you come up to the House of Inspired Hands, it looks like a cross between a temple and a giant workshop. The symbol of Gond is on its roof. A huge cog of 4 spokes is displayed prominently. And as you're looking at the symbol, you see a silhouette on the roof, the shape of a humanoid just perched on the roof. And it extends an arm, releasing a tiny metal sparrow into the air. And the sparrow flies about the sky above you, does some loops, and just flies and flutters, and then suddenly it dives at the party. And that's when we have our turn order.
Oh. I'm going to give Lucky disadvantage on this roll because at first he thinks that this bird is obviously just happy to see him and he tries to catch it.
So
it takes him a while to figure out that anything's wrong.
I will say this: it's moving fast. It's going to get, like, it'll have one action. You'll have one action. Whether you act before it or not is up to your initiative. It dives really fast in its movement. So
Oops.
you don't have tokens on your sheets, but on your things.
No.
But yeah, so on the map you don't have tokens. So you can have to maybe click it on your sheet. Sorry. Okay, so we have. God, it's been a while since I've put things in manually. So what's Lucky's disadvantage? She needs a second roll.
Oh, sure. Yeah. There you
Okay,
go.
Lucky 5.
Licky.
Oh, yeah, just bear with me. There we go. And sorry, Cassell. I'm gonna stuff up the
Hey, that's fine.
spelling, so I'll just put Cass. There you go. Okay, so let's go into the descending order. Cassell, you're looking at this sparrow and it's floating around and it's doing loops and it looks like a real bird, but a mechanical version of this bird. And then suddenly just stops being playful and just dives, wings back, and is going straight for the party. It's a crowded area, but you can see it's coming straight for you. And those
Oh
around
man,
you.
so this thing is pretty aggressive then, huh?
Have you ever seen a magpie?
I don't think I have.
Yeah. Okay, in Australia we have magpies. They have very, very long, sharp beaks, and in breeding season, they will attack anyone that goes near them. And when I mean attack, they will actually try to stab their beak through your skull.
I'm going to be
That's
back
very-
in 1 minute.
Okay.
Very rude of them.
Yeah.
In that case, I am going to... I'm going to take the dodge action.
Okay. So you get the dog action, which means it's disadvantage if it is attacking you. But there's 3 other people
Yeah.
it could be or 2 other people it could be attacking.
And I'll just unsheath my dagger.
It's going
And
to
that's my
reach the
turn.
party. This round is what I'm saying.
Yeah, no, that's
At least you're trying to. Yep. It's a smart thing. I mean, it's the same thing with magpies. You dodge. Yeah. It's a reactionary thing. So we have one to 2 is Cass or Cassell, 3 to 4 is Hal, 5 to 6 is Lucky. And that's just how we're going to do it. Wow, the one person that has the dodge action is actually going to dodge because it's attacking. I did not actually expect that. There you go. So it dives down and it actually tries to attack you, and it swoops down. And I need to do all that twice, but it doesn't matter because the first one's going to miss anyway. It swoops down and flies off from the air and misses you, but it was right where you were, and it comes in and you just dodge out of the way as it was coming straight for your head,
all right.
and then swoops back up.
And I'm guessing it doesn't provoke opportunity attacks.
You were dodging, that was your action.
Okay, but did it leave my melee range?
It came in and out in one action, not provoking an attack of opportunity.
All right, sounds
If you
good.
readied your action to, okay, when it comes in I'll hit, I'll allow that, but in this case you just
Okay.
and try to dodge.
Sounds good.
How? This sparrow just dived in and almost hit Cassell in the head, and it's just switched straight back up again.
I'm not sure if there's people around, right?
There is people around. Some of them have seen just a glint in the like they didn't know what it was, but some people did see it and they're backing away.
I'm not sure if he can use his bow, can
You're in a crowded street in the religious quarter of the city.
he? Probably not.
Probably about the same level of security as the North Ward, which is the Lord's version of the city. Nobles area.
I don't have any spells that could help.
I don't know. I don't even know what spells you have.
I have speak with animals and cure wounds. but
It's certainly not an
not-
animal. It looks, it's got the shape and form of a sparrow, but you can, as it came down, you can see that it is made of metal, and it has cogs and bits and pieces.
I'm not sure if there's anything you can do but keep an eye on it.
Okay. So if you want to ready an action, you can ready an action for when it comes close.
Yeah, I think I can do that. But I've never done that before.
Okay, so the trigger is when the enemy comes close, in this case the sparrow, within range of something, you can have an action for that. So either you want to swat it out of the air, or you want to try to grab it, or you don't think that the bow is probably the best option in this circumstance because of the amount of people that are around and how public you are at the moment.
Yeah, he'll probably just try to grab it the next time it comes down.
Okay. So once it comes down, that's your action. That's going to be lucky or licky in this case. You're muted. There we go.
There we go.
Yep.
I noticed you called it the Sparrow of Doom. It reminded me of my dice bag.
Ooh. Okay. Cool. Could have just called it a magpie. It's a metal magpie.
Lucky is going to definitely ready in action, and the next time the sparrow comes by, he's going to try to grab it.
Okay. So 2 grabbings when it comes by. And Cassell, what are you doing?
I will hold my action, and if it tries to attack me again, I will try to slash at it with my dagger.
Okay. So it's go. And again, 1, 2, 3. doesn't like you.
It hates me.
It really, you're its target.
All right. Maybe it doesn't like redheads.
Do your attack. I'll do my attack. Yours does come first, though.
Okay.
If that makes sense. Ooh, this could be close on both
That
ones.
hits.
I have to check its. But I have to check its armor class. Oh no, its speed evades because it's coming at you. It's so fast, and you put your dagger up there, and it's past your dagger as you thrust. It is just so fast, and it hits you, causing all of 2 points of damage, and it essentially shatters on impact, just like a drone would when they fall in the sky. But it shatters, and there's little pieces of little pieces of brass, and there's cogs and gears, and just everything just goes everywhere. And when you look up at the cogs again, the figure on the roof is no longer there. The
Are you
silhouette.
okay, Castle?
I'm gonna take the metal beak out of my shoulder, and just
There doesn't seem to be anything underneath there. You're all right.
I'll live.
And you get 60
right.
points back
It's really just stuck in the armor.
somehow.
Whoo! Whoo!
That was a close one, all
Close
right.
call.
Yep.
That was
And
dangerous.
so before we go in, we're going to have a break because in the House of Inspired Hands could take a bit of time. We'll have our break. We'll be back in about 5 minutes' time. Stick around, everybody. Naz, it's always good to see you in here. But yeah, sometimes there's just no maps, and so we've been using sometimes maps for the players, but sometimes not. But yeah, so we'll have our break here. Bella's still in jail, and he's currently in the sewers on the chain gang, digging the tunnels. Yeah. And everyone else is at the House of Inspired Hands being attacked by rabid sparrows of doom. So we'll take a break, we'll be right back. Move the turn order because that's not important now. I just love that, the sparrow. So yeah, I just got some sound. There we go. We'll have Metrum 3 strings again. So we'll be right back. Stick around, and we'll be back in 5 minutes. So yeah, there you go. Where's that break? There we go. Hi, welcome back to the channel. My name is Karsha Goblin, this is the Goblin Cave, and we are back with our second part of the episode for our Blades of Waterdeep. I think this is our 5th episode, so I'm just looking at my things, my schedules. Yeah, there we are. I believe it's 5th, maybe 6th. I could be totally wrong, or looking in the wrong area. So we have most of our party at the Temple of Inspired Hands, which is the House of Gond, which is pretty much a workshop of invention as well as temple. We also have Bella in the sewers on the chain gang. So how are you enjoying your day in the sewers, Bella?
I'm not.
You're not?
No. I don't like it down here. I spend enough time down here.
Aww. So what you're doing for the day is there's only halflings, gnomes, goblins, and kobolds. So it's only the shorter races that are in this detention detail, essentially, hard labour. You're digging extra tunnels in the sewers. So the smell is there, the sewage is not. They've blocked it off, so you've got like a dammed area where it's all clear. So at least you don't have to be in the muck, but the smell just permeates the area. And I think the worst part about it is that it's kobolds which are giving the commands. It's the kobolds which are in command here and giving all the orders. And they've got their charts out. They've got their all their surveying equipment. They're very efficient in what they're doing. But it's a weird environment to be in. And they're very hard taskmasters. Um, so that's where you find yourself in the day, and again, you have a very small lunch, very simple, no seconds, no thirds. Um, yep, it's not even that tasty. Not even
They're
that
working
spicy.
me to the bone, and they can't bother to feed me properly.
Yeah. Yep, exactly. And that's how you're spending your day, just in the smell and in the stench, but at least out of the water on the chain gang.
A little bit makes it a little bit more bearable, but not much. I mean,
Yeah.
it's still smelly and
Oh yeah, it smells. It really, really, really smells. But at least you're with fellow criminal folk.
I don't know them.
And back out of the sewers at the Temple of the Inspired Hands, the party has just been attacked by an evil sparrow. Well, a sparrow that decided to dive bomb and attack. Well, that's quite loud. There we go. Bring it down a little bit. The temple itself, as I said, is a giant workshop. It looks like a warehouse, but a little bit with like some ornaments and whatnot as well, and it's much, much larger. There looks to be steam coming out of some of the chimneys, smoke in others. Some of them have like, there's also different colours coming out of some of the chimneys as well. It's a huge, massive place, and it's a very, very busy. With just the noises going on and the hammers and everything, and you can hear things in the backgrounds throughout the temple. So inside the temple itself is a giant buzz of activities. The main central chamber and audience hall when you come in is a large open area, and you can see pedestals, several dozen pedestals lining the walkway, and on these pedestals examples of inventions inventions and projects, and award-winning projects in miniature form, some of them, and some of them in life form too, sitting on the podiums. There's a 4-foot tall working model of a clock tower that rings every hour, and it's made of wood and iron, brass and glass, and has bells of delicately formed solid gold. Brass bells and delicate hands formed of gold. There's a wooden flying machine with wings that flap when it becomes airborne. A miniature model of a mechanical dragon turtle, and has a brass plaque affixed to it, and the pedestal it reads, Big Belchy sank in deep harbour on the Day of Wonders, 1363 DR. There's also another one which has a miniature model of a red submarine shaped like a manta ray, with the brass plate affixed to it saying, the Scarlet Marpanoff Lantanese submersible, launched 1489 DR. So there's a lot of people around. There's some priests around, and as you're walking through the place, and are you touching the pedestals? Are you investigating them, or or are you just trying to keep away? And what's the mood? What's the idea? What's the plan?
The idea is to. I would like to find a priest of Gondas more quickly than not. I'm not as interested as my party members might be in wandering and exploring and figuring things out.
Lucky is a little surprising in that he's not running around looking at all the displays. He's actually looking a little bit more morose than usual, and he's kind of just following Castle and just like...
He's lost without his Bella.
It looks like he might really miss Bella.
What about Hal? What's Hal's focus on? You see a plaque with a hat on it, and it reads "Waking Helmet, and you can see on the hat, looks like a helmet. It has hands, and it's got mechanical functions, which looks like it will slap the wearer.
Yeah, he's just browsing through the little displays and kind of wondering what the purpose of all that is.
Yep. Well, there's a lot of displays. There are a lot of useless things like the slapping helmet. Well, it's actually the plaque reads waking helmet. But there's some other things and other bits and pieces like the big belchy looks like a what was maybe a giant ship in the shape of a dragon turtle. And then there's also there's some weird stuff there as well. But if you're looking for a priest, you do see someone in priestly robes. They look more workshop robes than priestly robes, but they're almost half ornamental in form. But they do have their workman's belt, like essentially the tool belt, attached to kind of nice looking workwear. Not high vis, but nice looking workwear. They haven't invented high vis yet. That's the next project that they're working on, I'm sure. The priest itself, she's a dragonborn, and she's bronze, which is also what colour dragonborn, a bronze dragonborn. She looks quite elderly, looks like she's been around for many, many years, and again she has like a two belt on. She's certainly, I think, about the only priest that's not occupied at the moment, and available to speak to if you wish to speak to her.
I would like to speak to her. I will approach and introduce myself. Hello. Hello, my name is Castle. These are my friends Hal and Lucky.
Oh, welcome to the House of Inspired Hands. May our inspiration grant you your inspiration.
Thank you. We had a question for you. A couple days ago.
Questions are always good. Answers are not always what you need, but the questions are what is certainly needed. What can I do for you?
Yeah, a couple of days ago we noticed it looked like a very odd man who kind of jerked, and he didn't seem quite alive. I'm guessing it might have been a construct of some sort. And I was wondering if you might have any guidance for us. We're trying to figure out what this thing was.
A construct? If a construct would be more of a wizard's issue, but we do have. There is something similar in the creative fields. There's something called a nimblewright, which is a mechanical puppet with some intelligence and some some autonomy. Which would be the thinking? There's not that many automatons in the city, I believe.
Right, and you do say that, and that rings a bell. What sort of nimblewrights, can they be found anywhere, or are only certain people allowed to have nimblewrights?
Well, they're very rare, I will say that. We have our own nimblewright, actually, given to us by Lantonese professor. It took great negotiation for that gift, but and great sacrifice, I've been told. But they are very, very rare outside of Lantern. But I don't believe it was our nimblewright if he's bound to the temple. He's a little bit of a mischief maker, but we still believe he's bound to the temple, though.
Do you know of any maybe records that we could access to see what other nimblewrights are throughout the city? I don't imagine there are, but it's worth a shot.
Well, it's, as I said, it's not an illegal thing. It's any merchant or even noble could own a nimblewright. It's just the expense of it would be quite exemplary, and you can only get them from Lantern, and it's even buying them from there is, well, you've got to travel to Lantern, which is, who would want to do that except for Nimbarite, and then also buy something off a civilization or for a group which don't like to sell them. So yes, we wouldn't have records, but she looks at your cloak, and she sees that there's some gears still and flakes of metal still almost embedded into your outfit. And it's like, have you had an incident? Something happened?
Yeah, outside, we were approaching the temple, or the House of Inspiring Hands, and there was a small, like a sparrow, maybe a clockwork sparrow that had an eye for me, and it dove towards me and missed me on the first pass, but on the second pass it struck and fell into a bunch of pieces when it hit. So not sure what's up with that.
A clockwork sparrow? Well, that would in itself be a Nimbarite kind of thing, actually. It's mechanical with some sentience, but you say it dove on you, and then her eyes, then she just dawns Nim, and she just goes cold. Oh, I think our Nimbarite has met you. Well, at least that sounds like one of his inventions. One of his toys.
So you're saying this Nimbarite made
Nim, yes.
Nim, the Nimbarite,
Yes.
made a sparrow and then used it to attack us. Me specifically.
Oh, that sounds like one of his toys. He gets into trouble. He likes to interfere with the outside world, and it looks like you may have been his target this time. If you'd like to, yes, please follow me, and we'll have to speak to him and have to see if it was him, and he should be able to identify. Yes, you may not have seen him, but he will know you, and doesn't often tell a lie, which is at least one good thing that his creator put inside of him. But yes, please come with me, and we'll see if we can deal with this. And I do apologise. I hope you weren't hurt with it. It doesn't look like. And she looks at your wounds like that you are hurt. Because it's certainly you.
No, I wasn't. I mean, it hurt a little bit, but it's nothing to be worried about.
Well, I do
It was
apologise
painful at
again.
first, but
He's a little wayward. He wants to be off the grounds, but as I said, he's locked here, and he's lonely. And she does say, "Please come with us. Come with me." And she leads you through the temple, and to quieter areas of the temple, and leads you upstairs, up more stairs, and you think you may be on the fourth, maybe in the fifth floor of the temple. And it's much quieter here. There's less workshops. And she leads you up one more flight. And you can tell that you're essentially in the roof space of the temple. As in the floor, so the roof of the ceiling that you're in is not flat, but you can see the slants of the roof a little bit here and there of where there's roof space. And you have gone up quite a bit, and at the end of this area, there is a simple walled-off section and a thick door blocking that section. And it says, "This is Nim's room. We try to keep him away from the others." And she goes to open the door, and it's like, and she goes again, and it just rattles. There's nothing, and she has a look at the lock and says, "That should not be there." And like to do a spot or a perception. You can do that, and she starts calling out, "Nim, open the door. What have you done?" Notice the lock itself looks to be brand new, and very, very complex, highly complex, and you can see like the cogs and whatnot there. Like it's not even got a face covering it, but it's just cogs upon cogs upon cogs, locking this door, and they're very, very miniature. It says, "Nim, open the door." Have you made a lock for your door? You're not supposed to be doing that. Open the door. And she keeps on calling out and calling out. And it says, "There's people here to speak with you. Apparently you had some fun at their expense. It is not fun to injure people on the streets. Open the door. They want to speak to you about other Nimberites in the city." And she keeps on keeps on trying and trying, and there seems to be no response from the inside.
Does Castle know if I'm guessing I have no idea, but does Castle know if the Nimblerite is in the room?
You wouldn't have a good idea.
Okay.
But you know
Is it
that if you're up in the attic, this could be a way of where you would be. And she does say this is his room.
Did we? And we saw him on the roof, right?
You saw him on the roof, yeah. You saw a silhouette up on the roof, yes. And you were essentially up in the attic space.
All right. Well, could we? I'm gonna turn to my party members. And do we?
Now, I should mention, you know that Lucky has thieves' tools and can use them. But
Yes.
you also notice that Lucky doesn't seem to be paying attention, and he just seems to be distracted and very unhappy.
So that'll be a no guidance roll, would that be?
There doesn't seem that you don't feel particularly lucky right now.
Anybody have any bright ideas right now? Lucky, doing okay?
I don't feel so good.
All right. I think I have an idea for you when we're done with our business here. I will turn to the bronze elderly dragonborn and say, "Do you mind if I have a go at the lock here?"
You can feel free if you can open this. That's not a lock we have a key with. That's not. I have a key to his door, but that's not the lock that we put in.
Right. All right. Well, just give me a second, and I'll at least give this a try. I don't think I'll make it, but. And I will take out my thieves' tools and attempt to pick the lock.
Everyone got thieves' tools in this group.
I think 3 out of the 4 do.
How?
I think everybody but Hal does.
How? Oh my! I'm gonna have Hal find thieves' tools and not know how to use them or why he's got them. Part of his amnesia.
What did I miss?
Apparently everyone's got thieves' tools in this group except for Hal. Castle has thieves' tools.
But Castle,
Wait a minute now.
Yeah.
this is illegal.
This is illegal. I've had to do illegal things during investigations with the Watch Wizards. That's why I have them.
Well,
But
you think
I've gathered permission from.
you
the
think you pretty
Dragonborn,
much
and
got
I don't-
permission here because she's saying it's our property and that's not our lock.
And I don't know if nimble rights get rights, civil rights within the city. Anyway.
Yes.
I am going to use my inspiration on this roll because it looks like it's a tough roll.
Has
and I
Castle
wanna-
been to law school also?
I was part of the guard. Castle knows the law.
Yeah. As opposed
Alright.
to Bella and Lucky, who just feels what's good is the part of the wall.
All right, here we go. Well,
Ooh.
bummer.
Ooh. So you have a try at the lock. With a 6 and a 10, even with your inspiration to get yourself advantage, you think that this is way too complex for. Like you're nowhere close to it, and you get one click and then something else clicks back into place. You start getting that click and it clicks back into place. You think it's going to take a bit more, like a bit of practice or a bit of work. This is not a simple lock. And looking at it, it doesn't even look like it even has a key.
Yeah.
Like there's not even a key space on this side of the.
Yeah. Well, this is beyond my abilities.
It's not beyond it,
Perhaps.
but beyond that role, that's for sure.
Such a shame.
Shame you don't have a rogue.
Yeah, I haven't had to use them until now. That's why.
She always picks every lock.
So it's all this bad luck showing up once Lucky isn't feeling happy.
Even with inspiration, you would not have gotten that one.
Oh.
Not with the 10.
Oh, okay. Oh, okay.
It's
Never mind.
inside your skill, but not with the 10.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, could I? Is there a way to? Could I like screw off the hinges of the door? I'm assuming the hinges are on the other side, but could I disassemble the door to open it?
A working around solution. Yes, I don't know. Have inspiration for that. You can have inspiration back because it's a working around the solution. You can,
Okay.
and this is the Temple of Gond, so they're going to have tools, and Valletta says that's a great idea. We can get around the lock by taking off the door. That way, Nim doesn't win. A little, yeah. And she starts just stay here, and she starts walking down the halls, and she gets to the stairs, and you can just hear us yelling out for assistance and tools. From
While
the
she,
carpenters.
while she does that, Lucky just kind of sighs, pulls out his thieves' tools.
We'll do a roll if you're going to try. Okay, do you have inspiration or not? Seeing you're depressed.
No. Guidance? Yeah.
Sorry,
yeah,
guidance?
of course, Tamora looks after him whether he wants it or not.
Oh,
But,
okay.
yeah, so 27.
So at 27, as I said, you click one and it resets another. So what you end up having to do, you have to click one, then click another, hold in the same hand, click another,
This is
and
a
then move
simple
your picks
reverse back lock, double reverse lock with the reverse side with a reverse cog behind it.
Yeah.
I mean,
around. Yeah,
That's
it's one of the
if
most
I've
complex
seen one-
blocks
if
you've.
I've seen one of these.
That's how locks are named, just the word reverse over and over
Yeah.
again.
Yeah,
There you go.
It's actually
There
probably
you-
one of the most complex locks you have seen. It is really
is-
unique and it's very delicate, but it just
This
it-
would be so easy if Bella was here.
Oh. So
Dumb lock.
you do unlock the door, and it swings open. Inside, you see a room full of clutter. You see a window out to the roof, which is currently closed, but letting in light. There's gears, there's shop tools, there's workbenches, there's just lots of clutter about the place. But you don't see anything there. You see mechanical apparatus, you see half-finished bits and pieces. There's lots of little projects here, all with very delicate bits and pieces. And you even see casting material, like little, like a little forge, but for melting crucibles and things like that, and for molding gears. Everything is here as a self-contained shop, and there's even drawings of a sparrow, and it's got little bits and pieces there, and you can recognise the beak, which is hits you, and you're certainly in the right spot. But as for Nim, you cannot see him.
How big is the room? It's like just like a closet.
It's not a closet. It's actually quite a spacious room. There's pretty much nothing in this area, so they've just blocked off half of the attic space, and just so it's actually quite a large area. We're talking maybe even I'm trying to think feet to yards and things like that.
Go ahead.
I was just thinking, like, think of it as a small hall, like a large, like a, almost half a house in size, but it's just one hall, and it's like very slanted at the roof, so you're right at the very top. Yeah. But there's a lot of clutter here, a heck of a lot of clutter. So what would you like to do now you're inside Nim's abode?
I would like to. Could I make an investigation check and attempt to find any sort of contact with other Nimblewrights or some sort of orders to perhaps, cause a disturbance over at Trollskull Manor, or something to do with us?
Yep. Okay, so where you're investigating, you can investigate, say, the workbenches themselves. Where there's also scrolls and bits and pieces and documents. You could search through the piles of clutter, or like the shelves.
I'm gonna do the workbench.
Workbench.
Yes.
Lucky will check out the shelves.
Yep. And
Check
how?
out the shelves.
Where would you like to check? Jade?
Potatoes.
Sorry, I was reading something.
That's okay.
All right, could you repeat what you said last? I'm so sorry.
Okay, so we're in a large, like a small hall, where there's a lot of clutter, a lot of work material. It's a functioning workshop in an attic, and a very, very large attic. There's no sign of Nim the Nimblewright, but there's signs of his creating bits and pieces. And you've got crucibles, you've got everything you need to create anything you want, essentially. And Cassel's searching the workbench for evidence of and contact of another Nimblewright, or orders or things like that to do with the incident. Lucky's searching the shelves of anything, I think. And there's also the clutter and everything else that you could search. Would you like to search the clutter? Or you want to search something specifically for, or?
He could go through the clutter, sure.
There's also the window that leads out to the roof itself, as an option if you want to go there.
Maybe after he looks through.
Yeah. Okay, so can I get an investigation for Cassel with him? Can I get I think just a search or perception, I think maybe, for the shelves, and a perception again for the clutter for potatoes. Okay. Okay, now I've got to do one little roll, which is going to be on the GM's layer. Yep, still set to GM, good. Ah, crap. Okay, so Castle, you find they're going through bits and pieces, and as you see, there's the actual designs of the sparrow, and you think maybe there's other designs here, and you're flicking through them, and there's a design for the lock on the front door. There's other designs which you don't really understand, and there's one design which looks like an umbrella of some sort, like a mechanical umbrella finding tool, and it actually has scrawled on it. Well, it actually doesn't have any scrawls on it because there's no writing on it. But there's also the last design you find is, and it's hidden away under all of them, and it looks like it's actually deliberately been hidden away. Looks like a design for a Nimblewright himself. For Treant, what you find is moulds and whatnot on the shelf for what looks to be moulds for a Nimblewright. You also find on the shelf a rod which looks like it has buttons on it and almost an umbrella that sticks out the side, the top. And potatoes, what you find hidden among the clutter as you're searching through things, you just get this ill feeling that you're being watched. And as you walk past, you just see out the corner of your eyes following you through the clutter. And as you stop, the eyes close, and as you move forward, you can see underneath the clutter of junk and tools and just bits of wood and iron is a Nimblewright, just hiding in plain view almost. And he has his eyes closed, as if he keeps his eyes closed, you cannot see him. So that's the three things that happen in your searches.
He's gonna reach out and touch it.
See if I can find Nimblewright here in a player handouty thingy, because they are an interesting creature. It could be the wrong thing. M. So there's a Nimblewright. That should come up as a handout somewhere. So it looks like a Venetian mask made out of metal and bronze, and there's little pinpricks underneath, which are eyes just in the darkness, and they look like they're just bits of mechanical put together and pieced together.
Sadie.
So you reach out and touch it, and you see it just move back a little bit.
Sadie.
Though its eyelids keep closed, and it opens and then keeps it closed.
Sadie.
So it opens to see it's still there, and then keeps it closed and goes motionless again.
Guys, there's something here.
And
Turning around. Go ahead.
Okay.
Okay.
I thought I had it mute, and I yelled at the dog.
That's okay. Yep.
I will very slowly and morosely wander over to the clutter. What's going on over here?
This thing right here is moving.
Yeah.
It's got a nice hat. The feather's the wrong color.
Oh. It's certainly what you could describe as
Purple.
a puppet without strings, a mechanical puppet without strings.
It's a puppet.
It opens
without
its eyes
strings.
again and see there's, like, you've multiplied, there's more people looking at it, and it closes its eyes, and then you see it slowly grabbing things and putting it over himself to hide.
We found it, castle.
Turning around after examining the designs, I assume I see this clockwork thing putting bits of metal on to
Yeah,
try and hide
just-
itself.
Just anything within reach, just pulling across and just
Nim.
covering itself.
We see you.
One thing you notice, it does not look like the designs on the table. That's obvious in itself, and when you say Nim, you see it goes and starts quickly putting more things on top of itself.
You know who would like this thing?
It's so 180 degrees. It's a complete turnaround.
Sad lucky.
See, this is why you don't allow Bella to be arrested.
I'm not gonna fight a magistrate.
Thank you for not fighting the magistrate.
That's bad juju. That's
bad juju, yeah.
Yeah, that's bad. All right.
And we cut back to the sewer. I'm working on the train gang. And we're back to the Nimbarite, hiding himself in plain sight. Quite obviously hiding himself. There's no subtlety here.
All right. Come on. We can see you. This is not working.
You see a hand come out, clearly from the clutter that he's now put himself on, and it does hand gestures, and then disappears back in.
I'll bend down and start taking the pieces of metal off and uncovering this metal creature.
As you take pieces off, he puts more on, and if you put them down within his reach, he will pick up the same pieces as soon as you put them down, and put it back onto the same spots.
This guy's getting on my nerves. Hal,
Can I just pull him out?
please. Please.
Can I get a strength roll? It's not a hard one. So there we go. I just realised we're not on the right way. I'll show the nipple right, but yes, there he is. There we go. What the heck happened there? Yep. So there we go. There's our nimble right, and our strength roll was, scroll down, 11. So he's actually really heavy to pull out, but he does slide quite well because he's metal. So he slides on the floor, and you're pulling him out, and as you're pulling, he's trying to grab other things to put it on himself, and put it on himself really quickly, and it's not really helping him, and it's not really doing anything to you. You can still just move him out. But he's quickly just trying to grab these things, put himself on him, and trying to hide himself again. But he's now out of the clutter, but he's still got some things on him, trying to hide.
Just kind of walk up, looking down on him, and with my foot, take one of the metal pieces and kick it all the way to the wall. What's your name, Nimblewright?
And you again, a hand comes out and just does some gestures and disappears. Well, it doesn't actually come out. He's mostly clear to clutter, but he does some gestures and then pulls it back.
Do I know if whether or not Nimblewrights can speak?
Do you have a monstrology book or something along them lines, or an arcana possibly might be?
Arcana?
Arcana would be. Although they're not technically magical, they are still magical. A 20 is certainly similar to a construct. They do. You don't. You hear. You remember something that they're like a construct where they don't have a voice, but you also, there's something that, unlike a construct, they seem to have sentience.
Mm-hmm.
Like some idea of what they are, some intelligence. And this one certainly has some childlike intelligence in its behaviours, in its hiding. Although from its designs you can tell that it's very absolutely brilliant in creative sides of things.
Mm-hmm. Definitely seems to have a knack for that.
Mm-hmm.
Hal, do me a favor. Make sure he doesn't get away. I'm going to go see if I can find the Bronze Dragonborn Valletta and see if she can interpret for us.
Alrighty.
Okay. So what are you going to do are you going to try to physically restrain it, or just going to leave it sitting there?
Well, he would probably try to get away or hide himself again, so he's gonna physically keep him there.
Okay. So as you're physically keeping him there, he's not fighting you. He doesn't even need a strength roll or anything like that. And yes, he does have there's a sword in the Nimbarite's hand. There's no sword here. There's no. It's not a part of it. That's something. Yeah. So as you're just pretty much just holding it there and just having hand on his shoulder, he starts putting things on you. And they're not heavy. He's not weighing you down, but he just starts putting things on you, as in similar way of he was doing to himself. Castle, you actually have to go down the stairs a little bit, and you can see that Valletta's actually calling out to people and trying to get assistance with tools and whatnot for the door. And when she sees you, says, "What's happened? Is something wrong?"
No, nothing's wrong. We figured out the door, got inside.
Oh, the doors are good.
Yes, that problem is solved. Thank you for your assistance on that. I believe it's Nim. I'm not sure if it's specifically Nim, but a Nimblewright was hiding in some of the gear in there, and I was hoping that maybe you could interpret for us.
Yes. Nim doesn't have speech in a sense, but he does understand speech. He understands common language. He just we have a sign language that the priests have been able to work with him to develop, so he can communicate back. Yes, I'll. And you see some people, a crowd of people, carrying tools and chisels, hammers, just walking down the hallway towards you. And she just turns around, just waves them off, and they look disgruntled, and they turn around and start trudging back down the hall, carrying their tools, carrying their hammers. And some of them are bigger than others, big hammers. She wasn't specific when asking for tools. And she follows you up, and she goes into the room, and inside the room, what was Lucky doing in that time?
Okay, so when you come back in the room, you just notice one strange thing is that in the corner, there's a halfling in a fetal position, just kind of laying there.
Wow. And how what's your are you going to resist the having stuff put on you?
He's mostly just trying to push the stuff off, but after a while, since it didn't take him instantly to get back there, he's just let him cover him with junk.
Okay. So as you come back, you see as Lucky in the corner, in the fetal position. Certain very much Bella sick. Missing Bella immensely. And you see Nim sitting on the floor, placing things on Hal. And Hal's now not hidden, but the similar thing of what he was doing to himself, but just placing things on Hal. As in small cogs, small pieces of metal, wires, things like that. Almost decorating.
All right, Valletta. As you can see, I'm not sure if this is Nim specifically.
This is Nim. Yes. Nim, what are you doing? Take those things off her. Oh, sorry, take those things off him. He's not a plaything. He's not a tree. Take them off. Behave yourself. We have guests. Oh boy. And what would you like? What questions would you like me to ask him? Or what questions? I can translate the other way around. Essentially, you can ask and I can translate his answers.
Why? All right. First, I'll give him the benefit of the doubt. Did he release this mechanical construct on me, and I'll just kind of point to my shoulder where there's still, maybe a gear or two.
He looks down. He looks at Valletta. He looks down again. He takes a few cogs off Hal. Looks at Valletta again, and you can, even though there's no, like, it's a mask, you can see that it's a sheepish. It's almost sheepish in its behaviour, and he just cocks his head and looking like he tilts his head, his chin down, and starts signing, and Valletta gets angry and it's like, you are not to do things like that. If you do that, if you keep on creating things, we're going to take your toys away. We're going to take your tools away. You are not to be making things and throwing them at people. It is dangerous out there, Nim. You shouldn't be doing things. You're not allowed to cause mischief like that. And she then goes, he did it, and he's sorry. He is sorry. He should know better. And she turns to Nim saying, you should know better. But he's sorry about that. I'm sorry.
Well, apology accepted. Now, Nim, were you at Troll Skull Manor or near Troll Skull Manor yesterday?
Again, it's a mask, but then there's no expression to change, but you see it tilt his head, and it's like, he does some sign, and Flair says he doesn't know what Troll Skull Manor is. I don't think he understands.
Okay. I will take the design of the other Nimblewright.
Oh, he's again very sheepish. He actually starts turning away.
Do you know?
And starts pulling things onto himself again.
Reach down, brush him off. Nim, did you make one of these?
Valletta looks at it, and her eyes go wild. She goes, Nim, what did you do? Did you make a nimble? Nim, answer me. Answer me now, or I take away your tools. You will have nothing. Answer the man. Did you make one of these? And you just a simple flick of his hand, and Valletta gets really angry now, and like, you can guess that that's an affirmation of yes, he did, and she starts yelling and starts like saying, look, you can't do things. We're going to have to take away your toys now. You're going to take away your tools. You cannot do these things. You cannot do these things. It's not right. It's illegal. Nimblewrights can't make other Nimblewrights. It just doesn't work. And you see him frantically, I don't care, like frantically signing back. And she's, I don't care if you wanted a friend. If you wanted a friend, we could have figured something out. You don't make friends. That's not how things work. That's not how people work. And it's a really weird one-sided conversation. And again, you can see that really sheepish look on his face. And then like this goes on for a while. And then there's something like that catches your eyes, like, what do you mean you made a tracking device? What do you mean you made a tracking? Was that before or after it ran away? After it ran away.
Well, Valletta, could you fill me in a little bit on what he's saying?
I'm sorry.
This is pertinent to our business here.
He did make one. I'm sorry, and it wanted to explore the city because Nim can't leave here, so it ran away, and Nim created a tracking device. But again, he can't leave the compound, and so it's sitting on his shelf. if you can, if you are looking for this specific Nimblewrite, or if you do find this Nimblewrite, I'm sure we can reward you for its destruction. And she turns to Nim when she says destruction. I'm sure we can compensate you for such things. If it was involved in any crimes, I'm sure Nim will answer to some of those crimes. Won't you, Nim? And again, anytime she's saying things like that, she directs her gaze and her speech directly at Nim.
Nim's in a lot of trouble.
You would say so.
Yeah. All right, Nim. Is this tracking device? This tracking device is on the other Nimblewright, correct?
And he starts siding and starts doing things. And it seems he's doing this for a while before Valletta even speaks, and she's trying to figure it out what he's saying and understand it. And after a few minutes, apparently he's made a device that can only track other Nimblewrights, which is not him. So anyone but Nim will be detected, which is fortunate because I don't think there's any other Nimblewrights in the city. As far as I know, Nim's the only one, or was the only one. So that could help you. He said he's on his shelf, a rod with an umbrella or something, which Lucky certainly found on the. So Lucky found on the shelf, and you saw the designs of a rod with buttons and dials and things like that.
Yes. Can I look around and see it, or is Hal holding it, or?
Lucky is probably like got it. in
In
his-
his fetal position.
Just happened to grab it.
Well,
It's
that's the one thing
shiny.
he found.
It's shiny. It's pretty. Yes.
All right. Lucky's already on top of that. Hal and Lucky. Anything else you want to ask the Nimblewright?
Nothing I want to ask. I just feel kind of bad for him.
There's nothing to feel bad for. It's
Hal's still got
Hunk of metal.
cogs in his hair. And he put things in
Alright.
pockets, so anything he could reach, he'd put things on you.
So Valletta. I believe that both of us would agree that this Nimblewright should be tracked down.
Very much so.
I hope we can take this tracking device that Lucky's got over there.
I would absolutely use this to track down. We would probably want it back just in case, because we'll need to actually look into it ourselves, because it's not our design. We don't know.
Absolutely.
We'll be very much interested in how it works, because, I mean, as bad as it is, this is a mechanical creature making other mechanical things, which is fascinating.
It is.
It is exactly why we're here. Is to invent things, and this is an invention inventing other things. He is a bit of an issue. We're going to have to do something, but I don't want to stifle his inventive nature, because what he can teach us would be amazing. It'd be
Yes.
a great loss, but he is certainly going to be in trouble.
Sure. Well, we can borrow the tracking device for a time with full intent to return it.
Yes, that very much so. Yes, I'm sure we can reward yourself and your friends. Shall 500 dragons suffice? Would that be?
That would be more than welcome. That is very generous of you.
And I'm sure I can figure out some other bonus rewards as well. We've got some inventions we could give you as well if you'd like. find something from the stores that might help you.
I'd be very generous.
Even if you just put them on the wall and say they were gifts from the temple.
So we'll take this tracking device. I'll hold on to these blueprints, so hopefully we can better identify the Nimblerite, if that's okay with you. Here are the blueprints for the lock. I'm sure you'd appreciate that.
How about we keep the blueprints for the Nimblerite, because I'm sure the Lanternese would not like to have those floating around. Actually, I'm sure that they wouldn't like us to have a copy of those either. So how about we not speak of these blueprints, and maybe we up the reward a little?
I find that agreeable. Can I just?
We can get a quick a drawing of at least the faceplate to help you.
That's what it looks like.
Yes. That might help, but as I said, I think this could be quite an interesting study, because we don't even know how NIM works, quite frankly. So yes, quite interesting. I'll see if I've got I've got a handout, but I don't have a handout, which is really annoying. And I know I've got a different version of the same handout, but it's not there. I've got to try to find it. Like of the actual thing which you've got, the detector. I'm trying to find where it is. Which is really, really annoying, because it's yeah. But yeah. Guys, I'm showing you like all of my GM work. Oh no, it's in GM's notes. There you go. That should work. There you go. That's it. So that should come up, because everything else I just noticed is GM's notes. Yeah. So it's a little rod. It's got levers, it's got buttons, it's got dials, and a little umbrella at the top. And as you're walking out, Philetus explains. So I don't know, like. Nim explains that you pull the lever, and the umbrella will open up, and as it gets closer, it will start spinning, and the more it spins, the closer you are. But it won't actually tell you the direction. So it may be
a bit of trial and error.
A bit of trial and error, and maybe a bit of walking, because he doesn't know exactly how far you need to be.
That's fine.
So,
all right, I believe our business is done here. Would you like? You've been very helpful. Would it be appropriate for me to perhaps make an offering to the temple for your help?
Well, I'm sure. Say a Nimblerite. Nimblerite plans and designs would be an offering enough. Would be more than enough offering for the temple, but yeah, I would leave that to you. Nim's attack on you is not suitable, so I don't expect any offering at all, because it was out of place. Such a brilliant mind in a child.
I believe this is priority number 1 for us, so we will get started on that very quickly. I appreciate your time, Valletta.
Thank you for your patronage and coming to the temple.
I will make sure Lucky is following us, and
He's not.
oh, Lucky.
I was waiting for you to talk to him and
to notice.
Point out he's not there.
Lucky's not here. He got away.
He's not. He's still in a fetal position in that room.
All right. I'm gonna go up to Lucky. Lucky, bud, how much of that did you hear?
Castle, I don't feel so good. You notice he looks very pale.
Could I do a medicine check and see if I can determine what's wrong with him?
You can.
I'll attempt it at least.
Yep.
Poor Castle.
Take
He's
it.
not getting paid enough for this.
You would say it looks like he's maybe got the flu, like pretty bad. Like he's pale and there's like dark under his eyes, and his eyes are bloodshot, and it looks like something has hit him, like some kind of bug.
So he's actually sick.
He looks physically sick.
Yeah. All right. Hal, do you mind? Would it be okay if you give Lucky a piggyback ride? I have an idea.
Oh, I don't mind.
Appreciate it.
Like he crawls on. Oh, I'm very tired.
I know. We're just gonna make a small detour before we head back to Troll Skull.
I don't know where we're going with this.
I see the Tower of Luck is not too far away. I assume that's
I found this umbrella thing.
that's gonna be.
And these molds.
I think that'll be very useful. I think we have a plan to retrieve Bella, but first we got to get your spirits back up.
Okay.
And assuming the Tower of Luck is the a temple to tomorrow, I think we should
is.
head there. Yeah.
It is most certainly the casino of Timora.
Perfect. That is
And
just
it is a
what-
casino. The Tower of Luck is one massive casino, with gambling as the form of worship. And the house doesn't always win, but let's face it, it's a casino.
Yeah.
Oh no!
All right.
I'm losing my pictures, but it should come back. We're back! Just hold on, I need to just fix up a few things. I'll be right back. I don't know, we're just going to have a quick... I'm just going to put it on break screen, and we'll be right back. We're not on break, we're just... Everything just went really funny, so just bear with me.
Selling dates and pistachios! Dates and pistachios! Stop there.
Hi, sorry about that. We just had all my screens just changed around, and for some reason, my broadcasting software wasn't picking up the screens where everyone's shown on. So instead of looking in this direction, I'm now looking in this direction to see everyone's live feed. So that's a little bit of a difference, but not a huge amount. Just maybe a bit harder to read chat from time to time. So you're headed out to the Casino of Luck. The Casino of Luck is a bundle of noise. There's there's card games, there's dice games, there's other games you haven't even seen before. It is just a lively place. There's entertainers all over the place. They really spend the money back to entertain people and to keep people inside, essentially. So you offer drinks as soon as you enter, and you even offered food.
You know who's probably hungry?
Oh boy, I can see a pattern here.
Oh boy.
Yep. So,
I'm okay, Castle. I'm ready for adventuring.
You're really not. I can tell. You're not yourself.
one thing you do see prominent in the Tower of Luck, that Castle and Hal see, and Lucky just doesn't really notice because it's just something he's never noticed before, is that the symbol of the Tower of Luck, a symbol of Timora, is a coin with a female face on it, and it's a gold coin, and you've all seen this before.
It's currently around his neck.
Yep, all seen it before, around Lucky's neck, and he always grabs hold of it when he says, "Oh, I wish we had good luck. I wish you could do this, and good luck, and I think it's all going to work out." And he always grabs that same coin, and it seems, and it now dawns on you that that symbol is the symbol of Timora.
All right, Lucky. Here.
You know what we need to do?
What do we need to do?
I think we need to wait for Bella. I don't think this is right without Bella. She's out
I
here
don't know. It looks like
not-
you could really use a good time. Here, what about this?
You know
What
it'd be
if-
a good time? They're supposed to tell me where she is. I'm gonna go sit outside her cell, and then I can talk to her in my mind.
That sounds
All right,
really weird.
let's do that. But first, let's at least get you a good meal. Can't go walking around on an empty stomach.
Yeah, maybe I can get some through her window.
Let's do that. I will buy some decent food.
The
And
food
then
prices are awfully cheap and over the top in quality and abundance.
How much does that cost me then?
So
I'll buy enough for the three of us and some for Bella as well.
yeah,
It's a good halfling meal.
yep. For a good halfling meal, you could spend a silver and get an amazing quality, over the top halfling meal, or like semi banquet, which is essentially a halfling meal. Yeah, but the quality is what you would expect in a good restaurant as well.
All right. Got some good food. Let's go try and get some to Bella. Maybe that'll make her feel better.
Okay.
On the way, if I can, I'd like to try it. If I don't know, maybe Lucky isn't interested in listening, but I'd like to try and explain my plan to
He'll listen.
help.
He's I'm ready
So-
for adventuring. Castle.
Here's-
You tell me what to do. I'm there.
You know that weird umbrella contraption that you're holding?
Yeah.
So that was created by that robot guy we saw, the Nimble Ray.
Okay.
And he created another Nimblewright, which is illegal. The temple that we're at, the House of the Inspiring Hands, we were promised lots and lots of money, and I'll whisper to him 500 gold pieces so nobody around us hears. And if we catch the Nimblewright, we can bring it back, and we'll be given that much, and then we can use that money to renovate Trollskull Manor back into a tavern.
That'll be nice.
Think of how excited Bella will be to see that.
Yeah. What are they going to do to the Nimblewright?
I didn't ask.
Deception. You know
fine.
exactly. And it was made clear.
And I'm rolling my insight.
Yeah.
Okay.
I was going to use my inspiration, but it's probably not going to be worth it.
No.
Oh, dang it.
Oh,
So
very
you
close.
think they're not? Well, I'm not going to say that. You think that even though he says he doesn't know, you're pretty sure that he knows and it's not good, and that's why he's trying to soften the blow.
He wouldn't lie to me. Castle, they're not
Yes.
going to hurt. They're not going to hurt the Nimblewright, are they?
To be honest, there's a good chance that the Nimblewright will be, how do I say this? Imprisoned.
Why?
But because
He didn't ask to be built.
he didn't.
Maybe,
That is true.
maybe we could let him go.
Maybe we could.
We need the money, but it doesn't seem like it's right to sell somebody.
Oh, look, we're at the
I look, change scene. So that's my job. Pretty sure that's my job.
agree.
But no, I'm okay.
Castle isn't getting paid enough for this.
So where are you heading back? Are you heading back to?
Did I get somewhere? Hit a chord? Did I?
I don't know how to answer.
So, I'll say this. Please take inspiration, everybody. It's actually been really good. This has been really good. So if you don't have it on your character sheets, please have it. I know people say that I give it out too frequently, but in theory, if you're role-playing well and you're doing everything, then you should always have it. So, yeah, if you use it, if you have it and you keep on getting it, you may want to use it more often, maybe? I don't know.
I've made a lot of rolls.
I know, it's been that type of a day where it's not combat, but it's really interesting, at least for me. So on top of that, so where are you heading? Back to the Trollskull Manor? Was that the aim?
I thought we were gonna go try and talk to Bella a little bit.
Yeah, I think we're gonna.
You don't even know where Bella is.
There's got to be a limited number of prisons in the North Ward.
Okay. So, let's go to Bella. Back in the sewers, and I do have sound for sewers. I've been playing that. It's just very quiet. Back in the sewers, ankle deep in the sewers. Well, not ankle deep in the sewers, but working along. It's late in the day, and it's about time you'd have your second lunch, your afternoon tea. You're getting hungry because you didn't even have your morning tea after breakfast. You didn't even have a proper breakfast or a proper lunch. You've been working, like they've been working you very, very hard. And no breaks, no nothing. They're flat out. And kobolds are not the nicest and friendliest creatures to work for. They're efficient, but they are really not friendly.
Gotta remember this.
Yeah, they're really, really, really not friendly. So it's late in the day, and you see, well, you don't know what's going on at first, but there's some guards that are down here, and they haven't been there all day. They're talking and yelling at the kobolds, and they're not in a language that you understand because it's actually in kobold. And the kobolds seem to be arguing back and yelling back, and they're just debating and arguing, and eventually, and it's not easy to keep up with the conversation because you're actually forced to work. Because if you stop working, they have whips, and they crack them really close. If you get anywhere away from your work, they will crack those whips. Eventually, two of the guards come towards you and says, "So you're the halfling, Bella Buckless? Is that correct?"
Bella Dot Buckless.
Okay. Well, we've got a release form for Bella Buckless. What's
That's
your name?
me.
Okay. So, apparently, I don't know the details, but you're free to go. But you are free to go on a caution. So, if you get arrested again, you may be serving this time again. Do you understand?
Yes, I understand.
So, any new crime you get sentenced for that crime and this crime.
Yes, I understand.
Okay. So you are free to go. And they essentially part and expect you to leave.
Will I get my stuff back?
You'd have to go to... If you say, do you want to get my stuff back? It's like, you'd have to go to the officers to get that. We can arrange it to be dropped off at your... and they look at the form Manor House. If that
That would be correct.
suffices, my lady. And there's not just a hint of sarcasm, but just flat.
That would be correct.
Well then, we can have that arranged for. So, bye-bye. Don't come back.
Yes, I don't plan to anytime soon. Good day.
You do
I'm
know
just
that
gonna kind of swagger out.
you swagger out, and can I just get a dex check? Oh no, a performance check.
Oh
Because
no!
you are swaggering, you're performing like, I'm above you. Yeah. So as you swagger out into the sewers, you don't... Hello, Doubles. Hi, Double. Thanks for coming in. Thanks for the follow. It's always good to have more goblins for the Goblin Horde. But we'll get back to... As Bella swaggers out into the sewers, you don't slip on the sewer surface and into the sludge. You don't slip on the surface, and you make a show of that you're above them. And you find the nearest grate and head back up into the sewers, somewhere into the North Ward.
Do I see any, like, horse troughs anywhere? Like, horse tanks or whatever? Like,
horse
water
troughs?
troughs. Yeah, horse troughs.
It's not hard to find one. You're actually in Field Ward, up in this area up the top. And so it doesn't take you long to find a horse trough. You haven't really been in the sewer itself, so you don't really you don't have that sewer on you, but it certainly, it just smells that faint. But
Yeah.
it's been a long day.
Yeah.
So a little bit of swimming, doing some laps.
Yeah.
The question. Yep.
Yeah.
Yep. So
I want to do my best to get rid of that smell. But
it's late afternoon, people are busy, and you just jump into a horse trough, and people just look at you and just like, why? And then
You don't know
they
where
just
I've been.
pass. There's just that look of why. That's like dirty halflings. Why? Ugh, yuck. Worse than kobolds.
Why don't you try me where I've been? I've seen things.
I've seen things.
Steer me.
Yeah. And so it's late afternoon when that happens, and you're released.
I guess I'm gonna try to rush back to the manor.
Meanwhile, everybody else is trying to find where Bella is.
I have something else I'm going to add to Castle. I'm going to say, Castle. I'm not always so smart, and I try to be good, but I sometimes I don't know what's good. So when we find this thing, whatever you think is right, then that's good with me. Because I know you'll do what's right. Because you're my friend.
Ooh. Put the moral burden on someone else. That is so dark. That is so mean.
Man, I'm gonna have to start making wisdom saving throws to not start gaining like indefinite madness from hurting all these cats.
Yeah. So, what I will say, one of the things that we're going to do right at the end of the session, and it's not too far away, is we're going to be actually talking about each other's alignments, not about our own alignments of our own characters, but what we think.
I'm wondering if
each
we should
other's
wait
is.
one more session to determine what Castle's alignment is.
You want to see me in the nimble, right? Huh? All right.
No, things can change. So alignments can change through play. So we can always discuss it later.
I think Castle's alignment is good.
That's fine. That is totally fine.
Okay, so that's what's coming up later in the end of the episode. I'll mention that, but it's not too far away. So where are you going to try to find, trying to actually find Bella?
Well, I'm assuming there's actual like detention centers where they take people when they commit crimes, right? Yeah. So we'd look for the closest one to Troll Skull Manor, right?
Yeah. So that would be they're not none of them marked on the map, so I'm not going to say it's here and here and here, blah blah blah. You can find one. You've been in the lore before, so although I don't think any of you were northward specifically, from memory, but you can track one down of where the nearest watch post essentially is.
I mean, ultimately, we're going to just be wandering these places for the rest of the day.
Yeah.
Right. And we either find something or we don't. But that's the kind of the thing.
Yeah. So as you're wandering, that's going to be the rest of the day. Bella, you get to the Troll Skull Manor. Outside of the Troll Skull Manor is a wagon cart. The wagon cart has there's two wagon carts. One wagon cart has barrels, what looks to be kegs of alcohol, and it's drawn by draft horses, so it's lots and lots of kegs of alcohol, and it's just sitting outside of the Troll Skull Manor, and you see one person, probably either young male, in maybe their mid-teens or so, on the reins, just sitting there waiting patiently, watching as an old man is arguing with a halfling outside the manor, and this argument is just this constant to and fro. Do you want to interfere in the argument, or do you want to listen into the argument? What would you like to do?
I'll listen in a little bit. I mean, is it right in front of our
It is
house?
right in front of your house.
Does
I
she
wanna
recognize
listen
the
in
halfling?
first.
The halfling is Froon.
Yeah. I want
He's-
to listen in first
Yeah.
to figure out what they're arguing about,
Okay.
and then I might like get in there.
Yeah. So I won't ask for listen rolls because it is quite heated, especially for Fru. The situation seems to be this: a delivery was ordered, and Fru, and it was ordered to Troll Skull Alley to Fru's Brews, and there's some mix-up in the paperwork, and instead of Troll Skull Alley, it's actually got a delivery address of Troll Skull Manor.
Oops.
And he's arguing, and he's beet red angry that this is happening, and he's arguing, and he's pointing down the street to a sign in front of his tavern, which is still not opened yet, of this is where it's supposed to go. Troll Skull Alley, Fru's Brews, not Fru at Troll Skull Manor. No one lives at Troll Skull Manor called Fru. I am Fru. This is where we live down there. And it's just arguing back and forth. And the person on the card is just like, just sitting there. And he's got like what looks to be papers that he's opened up, and it's just reading a few bits and pieces, and yeah. And it's just going on constantly. Are you going to interfere, or are you going...
Can I try to sneak into the manor to see if anyone's home?
You know you can go around the back, the back entrance into the kitchen, or you can go up to the stairs.
I want to go in the back entrance to the kitchen.
Okay, so as you pass, you also notice the other cart there, and the other cart there is a covered wagon. There's no one actually with the horses, holding the reins. But as you pass and go around, there's nothing that happens with that. And you enter in, and there's no one inside. There's no one in the tavern area. No one in the first floor. There's on the wall, not in blood, but on the wall, just etched, drinks on us. Just bring them inside.
Excuse me.
Free drinks.
Ghost person.
It just disintegrates down and says, "Free drinks. Bring them in."
I mean, what did I miss?
Then it's like, "Do I have arms?" Question mark.
I'm gonna step out the front door.
As you step out the front door, the person on the cart just looks towards you and goes, "Oh," and gets the attention of the other merchant, and says, and is actually calling his attention. And Fru's just angry. He didn't initially see you walk past or even eavesdrop in, because you went behind, and so the merchant says, "Just shut up. My delivery is not to you. It's to these people. So this address. Look, this is what we've got." And so he comes up to me. "Hi, we've got a delivery here of cider and ale to this address. Are you one of the owners of this address?"
Yes, I am.
Did you order this?
No,
Yes!
I didn't. But I've been away on some business. My companions may have ordered it.
I'm not asking for a deception. Well done.
I'm not lying.
You're not. So it's like, so are you through?
No, I'm not.
Okay, because it's been ordered by Fru to this address. This person here keeps on saying that he's Fru, but his address is down there at Fru's Brews, and this has been going for an hour. I'm just trying to get the delivery done. Is it yours or is it theirs?
I'm afraid I'll have to wait for my associates to come back because I can't be 100% sure.
So I've got to put up with this guy longer. Look,
My
we're just going to go
apologies.
back to the brewery, and we'll come back another day, or he can make a complaint to the brewery. This guy has been yelling at me for an hour.
I'm sorry about that.
Why is there so many halflings opening breweries in this place? Anyway.
We like to drink.
I don't know. I mean, we do like to drink, but as I said, I've been away on some business.
Okay, so we'll just take it back to the brewery. He can make a complaint if it's whatever. We'll deal with it. He can deal with it later. If you don't know if it's your friends, look, they can deal with it later as well. If your friends ordered, they'll know where to come to anyway. So have a good day. Good luck on your venture. Yeah.
But they should probably be back tomorrow, but certainly. But
Okay.
I hope you have a better rest of the day.
Okay. And are you going back inside or?
Yes, I am.
Okay.
Yeah.
So as you go back inside, all of the shutters shut, and there's not like really quickly, like dramatically and spookily. You just see it starting to get darker in the room as all the shutters start closing over, and as you're walking away from the front door, you hear a click as the door gets locked behind you.
Can I help you?
And you just see on the wall in blood, "Don't let them in."
Who?
There's a knock on the door.
No. Okay. Thank you. Could I just kind of go down into the cellar?
You can go down to the cellar.
Yeah.
Do you want to do a stealth roll or do you want to do a?
Yeah. Just.
Ooh, stealth of 7, but then again, you're in a large building. You're in a large building, so you do have some of that. But you do make a little bit of noise, so as well. So you go down to the cellar, and then on the ground, like in the dirt, in the dust, you can see it says, "They've come to kill me." Again.
Oh. I mean, I might be able to take care of that.
As the Calvor priests knock on the door again.
Well, it took them long enough to come here, first off.
There was an explosion the day before.
Yeah.
You don't know how long they've been waiting outside this door all day.
Listen. I've clearly missed something while I was gone. How about I go tell them to piss off? Does that sound alright to you?
You're asking questions to a poltergeist. I just want to point this out.
Well.
As a response, you get... If I can do this... Well, that's not happy music. My God, that's not bad. What the heck was that? No, that's the one I'm watching. Yeah, I'm just sorry. I'm not used to having it down this side. It's there, I can see it. As a response, you hear the sounds of like customers and things like that at a bar. And it seems to be the happy response that you get from the.
I'll
And
take that
you're in the
as a
cellar.
yes.
You're in the cellar, so it's
Yeah.
not coming out of anywhere or coming in from anywhere.
Yeah. Okay, I'll take that as a yes, and I'll climb up out of the cellar
Mhm.
and head to the door.
Yep. Again, knocking on the door, and it's very dark before the shutters closed.
Yeah, can you open the shutters, please?
You,
I'm not an elf.
one opens
Or-
near the front door.
Just gonna open the door.
And in front of the door were three priests of Kellenvor, dressed in white and black robes, quite fine, very they look very dour and very solemn. We're here for the spiritual issue that you have. We've been waiting some time. We believed it was an urgent matter.
Yes, my apologies about that. We are no longer in need of your services, I'm afraid.
No longer needing services.
Yes, I'm afraid so.
So you've dealt with the issue yourself, or the issue left the building? We will need to know for our records, of course.
As far as I've been away on business, I believe my friends took care of it.
Interesting. We'll mark it down as residents no longer haunted. Of course, the city may
Yes.
have to verify this at a later date, but that is for their records. Property markets, you see, especially in the North Ward. Good day, and
Yes, good day to you too.
may Kellenvor be always with you in life and in death. And she seems to smile at the death part.
Back at ya.
And she turns and walks past the other two who wait for her to pass, and then they turn and walk as well with her towards the cart.
I'm just gonna close the door. Oh, what weirdos? Do you know where Lucky and the others are?
It has, you see a drawing of an eye. Start drawing on the wall. Another drawing of an eye. Start drawing on the wall, and then it starts crossing them off.
Okay, I don't know what that means, but I suppose the best bet is just to wait here until they show up. I mean, they have to show up eventually.
A bottle slides across the bar from one direction, a shot glass from the other.
I eagerly go to them, and I assume that bottle's empty too.
The bottle's empty, you don't have drinks. We've explained this earlier.
Yeah. Well, thanks anyways.
It's not a good bartender if you don't have actually drinks for him to serve.
Yeah. I mean, it's the fault that counts. I'm just gonna settle down and wait in there. Just kind of...
So you'd run a bath upstairs.
I mean, I guess.
So, yep. So as you later in the day, you don't find Bella anywhere in any of the local watch houses in the North Ward, and although you find it curious that there's no record of her in the watch houses in North Ward, or of any arrest. And one of them says that's quite curious because they do remember a halfling, but they can't find it in their records.
It is certainly very odd. Well, I suppose we'll keep looking then.
And so that pretty much takes up your time going through all of the watch houses, and there's a few. There's space pretty much evenly around the North Ward, and again they're much more refined than where any of you ever worked. Always clean, everyone's courteous, everyone's polite, and it's pretty much getting into evening by the time you get back to the manor house, and there's there's Bella asleep on the bar. And on the bar you see an assortment of bottles that are all empty and glasses. As if a party's been had and she's just passed out from the party.
I will stand to the side and let... Hopefully this will boost Lucky's spirits.
Lucky's like unconscious from tired. He's just like on Hal's back. He's so depressed they haven't found Bella.
Give him a little nudge with my elbow.
Eh? A little bit of color comes back to his cheeks. Bella? Bella? And then he like hops off of Hal's back and then he kind of crawls over to the bar and then he like curls up at the base of the bar and goes to sleep.
Can I just call it huh? Oh, you guys are back! Lucky!
Hi, Bella.
Gonna jump down.
Again, it's not happy music.
Lucky, you're not looking too good.
I think I got sick. I don't know why. I'm starting to feel a little better.
I'm just gonna turn the other day. What happened?
I'm up.
It's like, where's my notes?
Where's my notes? All right. You know what? To be honest, I think he missed you.
I just caught a bug.
I'm just gonna sit down beside him. You'll be all right, buddy.
Okay.
I missed you.
I'm tired.
It was awful. You hardly fed me.
What?
It made me work.
We got you some food from the Temple of Temora.
Thank you. I'm starving. They didn't even give me second breakfast.
What?
I know they're monsters.
Those monsters.
They picked me up, Lucky, and drugged me to an interrogation room.
They picked you up?
I know.
What? And he stands up. They picked you up.
Yes.
You're 3 feet tall.
I know.
Those racist pricks.
And they made me work in
You
the
tell
sewers.
me that what the guy who picked you up looks like. That's bull.
They made me work in the sewers, Lucky, with kobolds bossing me around. They had whips. Yeah. They had whips, Lucky.
It's 'cause you're a halfling. That's why this all happened. They hate
No,
they hate the short.
I know, it's horrible.
Those hateful bastards. We were born this way. There can be no other reason why they even took you in the first place.
I know. It's discrimination. There needs to be more halflings to the guards, Lucky.
Somebody should do something.
If only you knew 2 halflings that could actually go into the guards. Oh wait, you were those 2 halflings in the guards.
And they fired us for nothing. Nothing except our height.
He's right. We were innocent.
Probably not. Just probably not innocent, no. And I think that's where we're going to end today. So, as I said earlier, this has been really great, guys. Thank you, Osame, for sticking around, even though you in prison had to pretty much sit back for a lot of it.
Oh, it's fine.
A lot of people wouldn't like to come into a session knowing that that's the issue, and role-playing through imprisonment is things like that. It's not always the best fun.
Fine.
Yeah, it was a different session. It's been a long time since I've ran a session where someone's been arrested. I think it's probably the first time I've actually ever had someone in a role-playing group that didn't fight the arrest, which was actually really weird. That, like, oh yeah, I'm arrested. Oh yeah, I'm screwed. Everyone goes, oh no. But no, it's been really good. But one of the things we said from pretty much like early on is that we're not going to do alignments for our own characters. The idea is we will go to a certain length, and I think it was like about third level or whatnot, and just go, okay, we'll then see what everyone else thinks of our alignment is. You can have a say and go, no, I'm not that, I'm actually this instead. Or you can just go, oh yeah, I am totally honest and not lying at all, no. So that's always an option. This is just what everyone else thinks everyone else's alignments are. So who wants to go first as the target character? I know Potatoes Hale hasn't been here for as long in a lot of the sessions, because unfortunately you've had some issues missing a couple of sessions, and it's great that your animals are okay, and that's really good to hear, actually, that everything's okay and sorted itself out and all healthy. But who wants to elect to go first? I'll put their character up. Anyone?
I'll go first since I'm alphabetically first.
Ooh, okay. So what do people think of Cassell's alignment?
Well, first of all, he's clearly lawful. That's first and foremost. I think more than anything else, he's lawful. And I would say he is towards the lawful good side. That's my opinion.
Potatoes, what do you think? Lawful good? Lawful neutral?
I also feel more leaning towards lawful neutral.
What do you think, Ursula?
I'd probably lean towards more lawful neutral, but he's got a bit, of the
lawful neutral, lawful goodish, almost.
Yeah.
Not the Puritan, but a little bit of a lean. Do you agree with that, Bozo?
I was aiming for lawful neutral, so yeah.
Yeah. So that's good.
I don't know what good things I've done other than trying to boost Lucky's spirits.
Lucky just knows that it's deep down inside you.
Oh.
It's always been a binary decision. Whether it's in accordance with,
one of Lucky's ideals is redemption. There's a spark of good in everyone. If you have faith in them, they'll show it to you.
Lucky's just a positive character, which was good to actually see Lucky down, because that positivity is so high, but when he's down, it's so low. There's very much a bipolar in there.
I decided shortly after last session that this session was going to be a period of transition for Lucky.
Yeah. Very, very much a bipolar. Super high, super low. What about for Bella? What do we think?
Lawful good.
Smart? No.
Chaotic neutral.
Chaotic neutral?
Yeah.
Potatoes? What do you think for Bella? Chaotic neutral or any variations on that?
I want to say neutral good, maybe.
I can say a little bit of that. I mean, I can see a little bit of that as well. There's a lot of balance, but there's also, I think there's a lot of personal gain. But that personal gain is then just given back out to everybody else. Like the resharing, stealing from everybody. I think you missed last episode where they stole from everybody and then offered to pay for everybody.
I totally see the neutral now that you've mentioned it, because she doesn't obey the law, but when it comes to things like loyalty to her friends, she's all the way, right? Like so there's that mix. Yeah. I see that.
What do you think, Bozo? What's your idea?
For definitely chaotic. Just purely on the basis that she stole so many times. I would say that
loyalty to friends. Huh?
That is true. That is, although having loyalty to friends, loyalty to friends doesn't always make you lawful or good.
No,
I would say.
I'd say it's a lawful trait, right? But do those traits cancel each other out? No,
not in my mind. I think even you could be chaotic neutral and still be loyal to some people, but still not act, like lawfully all the time.
I have a feeling that Ursame has been kind of aiming for chaotic anyway.
Yeah. And so then that was... probably neutral as well, based on there's been a theme of her not sharing some of the wealth with everyone else. It's not evil. She's not using it for,
Thing is, nobody's asked. The funny thing is, too, I was gonna help pay for the mansion, but I was bulking a little bit. But then you guys came up with the money without me, and I was like, fine.
Yeah, chaotic neutral. That's my opinion.
And Ursame, what do you?
That's kind of mine too, right? Like she'll do the right thing, but she needs a little bit of coaxing sometimes.
Is that right about chaotic neutral?
Yeah, mainly chaotic neutral. Like I think all the characters probably have a bit, other stuff, but mainly chaotic neutral. Because I've also been playing her a bit that Lucky probably makes up a good part of her conscience.
Ooh, that's a bad one to have as your conscience.
Yeah.
Maybe swapping that to Cassell might be a better idea
for
everybody. So with Lucky, what do we think? Ursame? I'll ask Ursame first. Because okay. What do you think?
Well, not lawful, but chaotic good. Because, he's definitely chaotic, but he's not as neutral as, Bella is.
He does have that positive outlook, I would say.
Yeah.
What do you think, Potatoes?
I also think chaotic good.
And Bozo?
Chaotic good. He clearly has no strong adherence to the law based on his stealing from, nobles for fun, the taking of the handkerchief. But he's not out in a malicious way. He wants to bring light to the world. He just doesn't do it in a lawful manner.
Lawful
In a legal manner, yes. At all. But yeah.
Do you think everyone's pretty much spot on, Trent?
I've aimed for chaotic good right from the beginning.
Yeah.
Right, my character, he cares about others. He wants others to do well. He doesn't like to see anyone suffer. He wants to help if he can, but he doesn't care at all about any of the laws or the traditions. He only cares about helping people, and that's it. Right, and if laws are in the way, screw them.
So that could actually be more even neutral good.
Well,
which in some ways is a more Puritan good, because it's just good for good.
I consider him more good than chaotic, but he is certainly, the fact that he's friends with Bella probably steers him towards the chaotic portion of it. But it doesn't matter to him. All that matters is good.
Yeah.
So the chaos doesn't matter. And stealing from a noble who's never going to miss that gem doesn't matter, especially if you can use it to go to a tavern where a bunch of poor people are and get them all drinks and let them have a good night for once. For Lucky, that is an act of good. Even if it involves theft and partying, it's still an act of good because people who are needy gain, and somebody who doesn't need doesn't even suffer, right?
But doesn't notice their loss as much.
That's the way he looks at it.
So he's basically just a very, very happy Robin Hood.
I do think of him as a bit of a Robin Hood, yes. Of course, he enjoys the drinking and merriment himself, but so did Robin Hood, so there you go.
I have noticed that as well, that link. Is it too early to say for Hal because you have missed a couple of sessions, or?
Got a feeling she's right up the neutral, like really neutral.
I would say true neutral as well.
Yeah, that's quite the possibility.
Is that what you've been trying for?
Well, since we started, I've had his alignment written down as it be like that sometimes, so true neutral, definitely.
It's one of the hardest ones to actually follow, because you can't go to any extremes. Although sometimes it's really good to be the level of a party which does have extremes. If you can be really vocal, you can bring a party off the ledge on one side and off the ledge on the other, and try to bring them a little bit more centralized. But I've always found that true neutral one of the very hardest ones to play. And Druids of old in D&D 2nd edition had to be true neutral, which made it very difficult, because you actually have to do good and bad to balance everything else out. So I find them one of the harder ones to play, of the true neutrals. That's everyone so far. As I said, we may have another person coming in. Unfortunately, Scram isn't going to be joining us, so Morgan's going to be essentially retiring. We'll see if we can bring someone in, possibly from our cast members of other shows that we've done. There's a few that I'll ask and see how they feel. And if that doesn't go well, we may open up online to Roll20, which is how we find all our cast generally. Which is kind of strange to find cast members so good and so out there and creative just by doing an open casting call on the internet. It's also really risky too, because you don't know who comes in. So we'll see how we go. We do have maybe a 2-week break, so check the schedules. It's the last week of the school holidays for myself out in Australia. I've got my goblin next week, but he also goes to school, but I've got other bits and pieces the week after, and it's really, really weird. So it's a really weird time. So we'll have to see how it goes Keep an eye on the schedule. Always and you can always check us, like, all our previous videos out in YouTube. So the Rusty Daggers series, which was formerly known as the Prince of the Apocalypse series, check those out. They're amazing. I love the characters. I love the cast members and actors in that. Just like tonight, I think we had everyone trying to stop ourselves from laughing on screen here. They make me the same. So it's just like I sit back and I just watch the live screen. It's like I can't believe I got a first row on the screen. So I love that show. Love this show. We're going to do some more sim racing. Got some more role playing stuff on the works of trying to teach how to play Call of Cthulhu, how to play Shadowrun bits and pieces. So we'll do a quick outro for everybody and wrap it up. So, Potatoes, would you like to do yours?
It's been a minute, so I kind of forgot how.
That's okay. We'll go the opposite direction and we'll go around and we'll come back to you. Is that good? Alright, so Bozo.
Hey, I'm Bozo. I don't have anything to plug, but yeah.
We've got to get you something to plug. You've got to get you a project.
All right, I'll find something.
Okay, you don't have a book that you've written like 20 years ago and forgot about, or?
No, can't say that I have.
Okay, I will say that.
I'll find something.
I will say that did happen. One of our cast members actually has a book on another show. It's like, oh yeah, by the way, I wrote a book. It's like, huh? So that was weird to find that out. They could have been promoting the book all this time. It's like, no, okay. Ursa May.
I'm Ursa May. You can find like where I post art at various places and such.
And do you do commissions?
Not at the moment, but
Okay.
I mean, I definitely would if people wanted me to.
So you can do commissions, you just haven't got any at the moment.
Yeah.
Okay, and you have a social media that people can find you, or is it just type in Ursa May and you'll find?
I've got like a Twitter and an Instagram and such, so you can find it if you put in Ursa May Arts.
Okay, so Ursa May Arts is what you're looking for on Twitter and something, or on the internet. Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
And I will say the artwork's actually pretty good. I like it. We got a Save Bella within a day of last session with hashtag Save Bella, etc. And that's in our Discord. So Treant, would you like to do your?
Sure. I'm Treant Monk, and you should check out Bella's artwork and pay her money. She did a great fist bump of Bella and Lucky, and I saw that and I'm like, Lucky is not going to be happy without Bella.
The animation, yes. Also forgot about the animation of the fist bump, yes. And also check out Treant Monk's Temple on YouTube, of course.
Yeah.
Yeah.
No, there's nice stuff.
Check out his YouTube channel.
And Potatoes, have you got what you want to say yet?
I'm Potatoes. You can usually find me anywhere with that exact same username. And I would only like to plug Peach because it's almost Valentine's Day and we need date money.
So Peach is the amazing artist who drew the token art in this.
She may have a commission coming up.
She may have a commission coming up if we've got a new character, that's for sure. Something I also want to say, she's also in the Rusty Daggers, but she also did the decoration for my new shirt, which I'll stand up. There you go. So that's the new shirt from the Rusty Daggers campaign. It's not on. We don't have a merch store yet. This is a one-off printing. It's kind of a test printing because I'm going to a not a Comic Con, but a games RPG tabletop convention in Canberra this weekend. So if you are in Canberra, I'm going to be there on the Sunday. And I know a lot of people are not going to see this, but until it's way too late. But anyway, that's exactly where I'm going to be. So you can stalk me. I will be wearing this shirt and probably have the purple hair as well. So if you see me, say hello. It's always nice to meet people. And yes, commission Peach. That's Frogget Chair. You'll see the details in the credits run because it's really, really great. Thanks, double six.
That's double six. That's a friend of mine, Ed. Hi, Ed.
I saw it come through, and I can't always read when it comes up on the pop up.
6666.
Yeah. 6666. So we're going to head off. As I said, a lot of the details are in the credits run. We'll just figure out something for an outro music. I think we'll do something again a bit different. So we'll do moody music because it's a moody episode with Bella being lost. So that's going to be our outro music. There we go. And hopefully have a great day. Check out our schedule for when the next show is, and have a great day. Bye.